best performing ministers. I'm sure you've heard of that. Oh, okay. You're trying to be humble right now. Okay, let me inform you. They commended you for what they called the reformative efforts, under your ministry in the past 9 months. What do you consider the highlights of your ministry within this period?
Well, first of all, let me start by congratulating His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for the 1-year anniversary. 1 year of audacious, what I call audacious, bold and tenacious leadership. That's BAT, bold, audacious and tenacious leadership. I know it's been a very hard one, considering tough decisions, that he has had to make. Indeed. So, but these are decisions that will have great impact in terms of the future of Nigeria. Yeah. So I want to congratulate His Excellency for the anniversary and for his courage as well. And for the Ministry of the Interior, the most important thing for us, I always say, was, and it keeps ringing bell, is what the President told us when we were appointed. He said it very clearly, that I've not appointed you, ministers, to give excuses. You've been appointed to provide solutions to problems. It's as simple as that. So when we came on board, and we had what we call our stock taking, we looked at agencies under the supervision of the ministry and, of course, the ministry itself. And we saw that there were a lot of things that needed to be done. I'll give you a simple example. When we came on board, we looked at the passport problems that we had in the immigration service. We inherited a backlog of over 204,000 passports, and immediately we swung into action, and to the glory of God, we were able to clear that in slightly over 2 weeks. And since then, the slogan, the mantra became...
You initially said 2 weeks, but you were not able to deliver.
Yeah, I said slightly over 2 weeks, less than 3 weeks. We did about 2.5 weeks, less than 2. That's why I said slightly over 2 weeks. We were able to clear that. And of course, when we were unable to do it in 2 weeks, we came and we apologized to Nigerians, because this government is about giving your word and keeping your word. That's what Mr. President does, So basically, we're able to clear that. And we looked at the whole system and we said it's not just enough building it's not just, it wasn't enough clearing it. What was important was making sure it never happened again, because this government is about building strong institutions. It's not just about individuals, it's about the institution. That's what Renewed Hope is all about. So after doing that, we automated the system, and as I can tell you, we finished with the first phase, the second phase of the whole automation, and the third phase is what we're going on. In fact, the third phase, we were ready as far back as on the 8th, of March. We were ready, but we realized that there was no data center. We were leveraging on the data center of one of our vendors, a private individual. And we thought that, look, for the purpose of national security, we can't do that. So we swung into action, and I tell you what we have today in the NIS is, it's a tier 4, 1.4 petabyte data center, which is the first time in 61 years of NIS, that because we handle data of Nigerians, and we are responsible for the sanctity, for the integrity of the data that we handle. So we have been able, to the glory of God, to do that. And also, under NIS, we looked at our passage, that it takes about 5-7 minutes to clear a passenger, and our officers were not equipped with the opportunity of pre-profiling as done abroad. And that alone was a threat to our national security, because we can't profile people before they come to Nigeria. So these officers don't have laser. They don't have detectors in their eyes. It was more subjective than objective. And what did we do? We started the whole project of the e-gate, which you've just seen, and of course the API PNL solution, which has been fully completed, and of course the command and control center. Just 2 weeks ago, ICAO came, the representative came all the way from Canada, and the command and control center was adjudged to be one of the best anywhere in the world. I'm happy, because this is what the president keeps telling us: do not give Nigerians a good solution, give Nigerians the best, because only the best is good enough for Nigeria, and we're happy we've been able to do that. In the area of corrections, there's so many other things, border control, visa, passport.
We'll probably touch on that.
Well, let's talk about, as the Minister of Internal Affairs, or Interior, as the government puts it now, there's a whole lot under your ministry, including security. And let's look at the National Civil Defense Corps now. we have a lot of security issues in the country, but some people will say that we see the police on the front line protecting lives and property, and they would want to see this national security, civil security and civil defense corps step up to the plate to also complement the efforts of the police. We know that they do pipeline protections and all of that, but what's being done to improve their capacity to ensure that they do more, because there's so much to do in safeguarding lives and property in Nigeria? Okay,
thank you. I listened carefully, because when you look at every agency, is a product of an establishment strategy. What is the law? Which law really established the agency? What's the mandate? And when you look at the mandate of the NSCDC, main mandate, core mandate, is to protect critical national assets. The NSCDC was not established to rival the police. It wasn't a game of rivalry. It was a niche was created, critical national asset. In terms of our pipelines, in terms of our power infrastructure, in terms of our telecom infrastructure, in terms of our agricultural, in terms of our solid mineral resources. And one of the first things we've done in collaboration with the Minister of Solid Minerals, we came up with the mine marshals. And today you will agree with me. When last did you even hear of the ugly incident that we used to hear with regards to our mines? Since the mine marshal came, they were trained by the military, equipped, and today they are NSCDC officials, but seconded, of course, to the Ministry of Solid Minerals, because this is about working together. That industry has enjoyed a bit of stability, and we hope we can replicate that in other areas. And as I speak to you, more than 800 assets are being protected by the NSCDC as we speak to you. That is what the law says they should do. I'll give you a scenario. There was a day I was in the car by a roundabout, a life camp roundabout, and I saw an NSCDC vehicle, and the officials were stopping people in a light, and immediately I called the CG. I said, no, you can't do this. We have too many critical infrastructure to be protected than you to be talking of inner light. That is not what you're meant to do. So, and secondly, we must also thank Mr. President for this. Mr. President signed the critical asset and infrastructure plan. He signed it into action to give power, to the NSCDC and to domicile the protection of the critical asset. Because Mr. President believes that if police handles what police they're supposed to do, the military handles it, everybody's about division of labor. When you do what you're supposed to do, if I do mine, you do yours, we bring it together, then we'll have a safe plan. That's part of the things we've done in NSCDC. And I'll also tell you, the private guards, 2 weeks ago, we had a summit, an interactive session. We've come up, the Federal Executive Council approved what we call the guard management system. Because anywhere in the world, you will agree with me that no nation has enough boots on ground to take care of security challenges. There are roles, that the private sector must play. And the private guards, the way the private guards are, they're not playing that role, And part of the reason is the obsolete law, that established the Private Guard Company Act of 1986. We are presently looking into that, to see how we do that. And also to bring confidence to Nigerians. In terms, like what I tell people, you employ guards in your homes. It is your right to know who you employ, Now we are giving that background opportunity to Nigerians. You leave your daughter. You don't want to leave your daughter with a pedophile in the name of a guard. You don't want to leave your wife with a rapist in the name of a guard. So this government is basically trying to bring all this to fore. And of course, have biometric details of all these guard companies, amend the laws, streamline the process, enhance efficiency and productivity of the private sector in enhancing their participation in the overall security.
Allow me to jump in quickly and discuss, professionalism amongst the personnel under your ministry. I know you follow, you must have seen some latest investigative reports alleging fraud and misconduct, within the NIS. For instance, some allegations of corruption, reports of bribery and extortion. What are you doing to clean up that mess as we speak?
Well, I'll tell you this. The first thing I always believe is you have to motivate your officers. Motivation is key. And that's part of the things that this administration has been able to do. One of the first things Mr. President did was that when we came on board, we inherited backlogs, some of 8, 9, 10 years. A single grade, a single person stagnated. What did Mr. President do? In one day, clean sweep, in one day, over 32,000 personnel were promoted. That was an encouragement. I'll tell you why I'm giving this background, No, secondly, when we had election in Bayelsa, we lost 2 NSCDC officials. When the correctional center was attacked in Calabar, we lost an officer. When our NIS border post was attacked in Jibia, we lost 2 officers. And Mr. President said, oh, how about these people? We realized that there was no life assurance. What did Mr. President do? Clean sweep. He approved life assurance policy for these officials. Today, all our officers, they earn what we call the peculiar allowance. It wasn't there before Mr. President came on board. Why am I going through this route? It's for you to understand that if we are now taking action, demanding for the best in a sane manner, it's because this particular administration has given every motivation needed for the officer. It's not that we are demanding for the best when we are giving you the worst. We are demanding for the best in terms of character, in terms of competence, in terms of professionalism, because His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has succeeded in motivating, in giving them a condition of service like never before. I can say it emphatically, like never before. So for these officers now, because what are we doing? We have about 16 of them in NIS, for example, because we engage in what we call a mystery shopping, and about 16 of them were caught. And today they are going through disciplinary procedure. Of course, there are processes. But what I want to assure you is now we can come up and demand for the best, because there is nothing, and I repeat, nothing that officers have asked of this government reasonably that the government has not...
Including remuneration?
Yes, including remuneration, including allowance, like peculiar allowance, including life assurance policy, including promotion, because now, I'll give you one story. The board was established in 1986. And for the first time since 1986, under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the board started the promotion exercise for the year and ended it that same year. So there's no backlog of promotion. As we have started the process of 2024 promotion. So when you join a service and you know that this government cares about your progress, then the government has every right to demand for the best.
Let's still talk about internal security now. The government, security agencies have struggled to tame terrorism that has festered for more than a decade now. And some people will say it's because it has assumed a trans-border dimension. A lot of these terrorists cross into Nigeria from the borders or bordering countries to attack or launch attacks in the country at soft targets and then go back. And it's because they say our border lines no longer exist. These borders are porous. What are we doing to secure the borders to ensure that we ward off all these external elements that come to constitute security threats in the country?
Well, thank you very much. Once again, this particular administration has done a lot in that regard. I was saying something the other time when I was talking about NIS. When it comes to the border security, NIS is the lead agency. Yeah. It's there by law, and an efficient NIS, of course, is an efficient border force, because that's the lead agency in that regard. I will tell you, the command and control that we built for the airports and the PNIPR, it's for border security in terms of our airspace, in terms of our airports. That had been done, completed, 100%, ready to be commissioned by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Number 2, in terms of our land border, I wouldn't want to divulge too much because of security considerations, but I'll tell you this. Today, there's surveillance in a lot of our border. We have not yet covered everything. Of course, I tell people, Nigeria came together as one, was amalgamated in 1914. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did not become president in 1914. He became president in 2023. That is 109 years after the amalgamation. So nobody expects him to solve the problem of 109 years in 1 year. But in a reasonable space, I will tell you, we have more than half of our border points now, border posts are automated. There is real-time communication, there is visuals, there is a lot of processes going in terms of surveillance. So the e-border surveillance, as I talk to you now, we have finished, by October, we'll be done with phase 1. And the phase 1 I'm talking about, including our marine border, because one of these days we will invite you to our command and control for air and sea border. You know, when we just come on air, people just think, oh, this government is about just talk. It's not about that. It's what you can see. The beauty of this administration is that we only tell you what we have done. We rarely tell you what we want to do. Not just about what we want to do, it's about what we have done. Right. So you will see the border space today. It's not what it used to be. There's real-time communication. Just as I said, this is 2024. This is not 1984. So you cannot secure your border without technology. That's number one. And number two, you have to know the peculiarity of Nigerian border. The Nigerian border spans terrestrially 4,047 kilometers. And Nigerian borders 4 countries terrestrially. 2 are ECOWAS, 2 are non-ECOWAS. That tells you how it is. And of course, there are issues of delineation of our border space, especially Nigeria and Benin Republic, you know, Nigeria. So there are a lot of issues, and I believe that the Boundary Commission is working on that to be able to solve.
I guess these borders you're talking about are the ones that are official, because there are they say there are many unofficial borders across the country.
No. Yes. There's nothing like unofficial border. Every border is official. What you can talk about is entry points, border posts.
Exactly the point I was making.
You can have unofficial or illegal entry point. I'm talking about the span of our border.
The question I'm even raising there is that is government in the know as regards these unofficial entry points?
No, definitely. And that's
are they policed? Are they manned?
That's why technology.
All right.
Because it's difficult to put boots. Let's be objective.
Or to build walls.
Or build walls. You understand? Rather than build walls, we are about building bridges.
Indeed.
We're about connecting people. But the bottom line is that it's almost impossible for you to put boots on 4,047 kilometers.
Honorable Minister, we're running out of time.
You can use technology to, of course.
Let us touch on the issue of, you have personally acknowledged overcrowding of our correctional centers. You know, the walls fell down in Suleja, and they say these buildings have been on for God knows when.
In the colonial era?
This is the colonial era. Is there a time frame to when this will be fixed? You talked about relocating even some of these correctional centers. Do we know when this will happen in real time?
Okay. Yeah, the beauty of the government, of this government, is we don't make open-ended promises. We make time-bound promises, you know, because we like to be, held responsible for what we say. That's what Mr. President stands for. Let me tell you this. When we came on board, the first thing we did was to look at the list of our correctional centers. And we looked at how many people are actually in custody for inability to pay petty fines. At the end of the day, we saw over 4,000, you know, which was 5% of the inmate. We were able to raise fund, about 585 million, to pay off these debts. We decongested by 5%. What that means, mathematically, is that it saves government of over $1 billion of feeding allowance of those 4,000 people per annum. 1 billion. Without spending a kobo of government, we save government of 1 billion of feeding allowance. That's number one. Number two is the fact that we launched what we call the inmate audits. The people that are in the correctional centers, how many of them are actually supposed to be in the correctional centers? Because that's one thing, apart from human rights factor, it's part of the things leading to the the congestion of our correctional centers. And also, we did what we call infrastructural audit. We have 256 correctional centers in Nigeria. Between you and I, you know it is not healthy. The number for government to protect 256 centers. In this era, people build bigger correctional centers, accommodate more people, build courts in these places, and be able to make the place correctional, reformatory, rather than a prison. A prison is a place of incarceration. A correctional center is a transformative arena where you have to change. The name did not just change in 2019 for the purpose of change of name. The name changed because of the purpose, the ideology behind the setting up of the agency. So what are we doing? There's some of our correctional centers, like the one that fell, that force majeure. We've not had a jail attack under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. All we had was a jailbreak because it was force majeure. That correctional center was built in 1914 during the time of Lord Lugard. And that was 110 years. But we inherited 256 of such correctional centers. I'll give you an example. Ikoyi, popular Ikoyi corrections was built in 1955. So, yes, 1955. As at that time, maybe it was an isolated place. But today, it borders a polo club and etc. And we know what the law says, that no correctional center, every correctional center should have a buffer of 100 meters. You don't have that in Ikoyi, for example. So, what is a correctional center doing in Ikoyi, for crying out loud? So, there's need for us to relocate some of these correctional centers because of the effect of urbanization, and not just urbanization, because of the effect of national security. The correctional center that came down in Suleja has a buffer of just 7 meters to the next house. So if there is a jailbreak, it's easy for these people to
Honorable Listener, I'm afraid we have to leave now, but I wanted to ask something direct. Is this relocation possible in the lifetime of this administration? In 4 years, in 30 seconds.
What I will assure you is we will do everything possible. We have 29 correctional centers that needs to be relocated. Of course, we can't do 29. But even if we do 1, 2, 3, at least, a journey of 1,000,000 miles, not just 1,000 miles, of 1,000,000 miles starts with a single
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for joining us on the program today.
Thank you.
Olububi Tunde-Ojo is the Honorable Minister for Interior. We're going to bring you a documentary now from the Office of the Personal Assistant to the President on Videography. I understand that this has to do with the administration.
Yes, the administration of President Bola Tinubu, his first year in office. This documentary is tagged President Tinubu, a Decisive Leader.
We'll be back at the top of the hour. Stay with us, everyone.
Nigeria was at a socio-political crossroads when President Bola Tinubu took over the mantle of leadership as the country's 16th leader on the 29th of May 2023. Insecurity was ravaging many parts of the country. The economy was in shambles, and hope in government was at a low ebb. So the country required a decisive leader who combines vision and capacity to change the course and save the Nigerian ship from sinking. Right from his emergence as the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress (APC), President Tinubu was aware of the enormous challenges ahead. Throughout the campaign, he promised to provide the required leadership for Nigeria to prosper.
I, Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
During his inaugural speech on the 29th of May 2023, he promised to take hard decisions to make things work. True to his words and promises, he started on a strong note by daring what past administrations dreaded: the petrol subsidy conundrum.
No profession is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
He knew that there's no way Nigeria could continue to operate in the old arrangement. The subsidy just had to go, and he made that pronouncement when he took office. Subsidy was largely for a particular set of people. They were the ones feeding very fat on this nation and depriving the bulk of Nigerians.
The removal of petrol subsidy aimed at checking corruption and making more funds available for development attracted criticisms from many Nigerians, especially organized labor.
For us, we felt that if the president has said that 1 trillion naira has been saved in the last 2 months, that what has been proposed is not far-reaching.
Because of that temporary shock, government came with a lot of measures that you are aware of, the intervention in the transport sector, for example, the promotion of the CNG initiative by government, the 25,000 allowance for 3 months that was given to the poorest of the poor families, about 15 million of them, that is still ongoing in this country, the 35,000 wage award that was also given to workers. Yes, there were some shocks. It's not surprising at all. Every new policy, especially because, like I said, the subsidy has been around for some time. But this is rather a redirection of the country's resources to Nigerians. This is what has happened, and it's ongoing.
The simultaneous action of subsidy removal and exchange of rate unification attracted further criticisms as well as support from many quarters.
I took this opportunity to commend him on the important reform program that he has set about, which we believe will make Nigeria an even more attractive destination for UK inward investment.
Decisive orders followed, and within 2 weeks of his administration, the president signed some bills into law, such as the Judicial Officers Law, Electricity Act, and Data Protection Law. One of such is the signing of the Students' Loan Bill into law in fulfillment of his campaign promises.
We are determined to ensure education is given the proper attention necessary for the country, including skill development programs. This is to ensure that no one, no matter how poor their background is excluded from quality education and opportunity to build their future.
In his second broadcast of the nation within 63 days in office, President Tinubu acknowledged the suffering by many Nigerians, but insisted that the tough decisions are needed to revamp the economy.
Our economy is going through a tough patch, and you are being hurt by it, I know. The cost of fuel has gone up. Food and other prices have followed it. Households and businesses are struggling. Things seem anxious and uncertain. I understand the hardship you face.
President Tinubu also issued executive orders aimed at easing friendly fiscal policies and excessive taxes, earning commendations from the business community. These orders signify the president's commitment to implementing key reforms to ease the tax burden on businesses and address critical issues affecting the country's tax system.
The mandate, not to me, to my boss, Minister of Finance, is that one, we need to mobilize domestic revenue to meet our goal. And then we set targets. So last year, you remember the target we have was 11 trillion. By special grace of Almighty God, we surpassed that by around 7%. So we have 12 trillion. And this year now we have 19 trillion, and then we are on the path. And if you look at Mr. President Cliche on the father, I just want to tax the fruit, not the seed. I want to focus on prosperity and not the poverty. I want to tax the return, not the capital. So our focus is not actually on revenue the way people misconstrue it. We just want to grow the economy. When the economy grows, we are better off. So focus for us is growing the economy. And that is what Mr. President and all the team members have been doing. And that is what resulted in that result that you've seen. And we'll continue in that trajectory to make sure that business flourishes, and then from there, we can actually have the revenue.
Another significant decision made by the president to block revenue leakage and curb excessive borrowing was the establishment of a tax reform committee made up of experts with the mandate to close tax gaps.
The mandate that this committee has is to get rid of so many taxes that come in the way of prosperity for our people. So Nigerians should look forward to a more harmonized, fewer number of taxes.
We can emphasize Mr. President's decision to make sure that at the end of the committee, we will have single-digit type of taxes in the country, meaning that we will not have more than 9 taxes maximum that were paid. because based on the research we've done, the only 8 form of taxes or type of taxes are accounted for roughly 90% of the taxes we collect as a nation. So the remaining 63 numbers that we have, they are all those impediments to business growth. And Mr. President agreed that this should be removed. And hopefully in the next few months, when the reports become public, people will see the wonderful work that have been done in that committee. We are making good progress, and the wonderful one that Mr. President just approved now, which we are doing now, is the single window project that we are doing. And this is a unified platform that where you just have only single points of truth as far as the data is concerned for the nation. So you have single window export, single window import, port community, and scanning system. So because if you go anywhere in the world, when people compare GDP to taxes and everything, where that comes from is that because they have only one point where all data relating to revenue and expenditure can be transparently, honestly assessed.
In one of his numerous foreign trips, the president told investors in Qatar to report any bribe-seeking government officials directly to him.
Don't offer bribe. And if it's taken from you, revert to us. Don't give.
The president also tasked the National Economic Council, led by the vice president and made up of 36 governors and relevant agencies, to address economic hardship arising from subsidy removal. President Tinubu continued with strong policy announcements, such as his first year in office can be described as a period of taking bold and decisive actions aimed at changing the fortune of the country. All these prompted Vice President Kashim Shettima to assert that posterity will remember President Tinubu kindly as a decisive leader for his critical role in guiding Nigeria towards economic stability and prosperity.
The president means well for the nation. He has a good heart for the nation, and we have a moral imperative to support him in whatever way we can to salvage the ship of the state. He doesn't subscribe to the idea of apportioning blame. He has not shied away from facing some of the gargantuan challenges facing us. Be rest assured that in the fullness of time, posterity will be very kind to him.
Many people describe President Tinubu as a team player and talent hunter. True to his reputation, the president promised to form a team of politicians and technocrats to drive his renewed hope agenda for Nigerians.
One thing you know Mr. President for is assembling the right people to do the right job. So we have planned before we even get the ticket, and I know that what Mr. President is known for is getting water out of rock. And one of our key strengths is our ability to mobilize domestic resources to resolve our problem. If you look at our antecedents in Lagos State, so I've known for long that I will be working on domestic revenue mobilization, and you will see that being the first person to be appointed as special advisor to the president on revenue. So that is the precursor to this appointment.
His first set of appointments culminated in the announcement of George Akume as the Secretary to the Government of the Federation on the 7th of June 2023 and Femi Gbajabiamila as the Chief of Staff to the President on the 14th of June 2023. This was followed by formation of his cabinet about 80 days later. Following the acrimony that trailed the 2023 elections, President Tinubu emphasized inclusivity across regions, gender, ages, and political affiliations in his appointments.
With such high honor comes tremendous responsibility.
In this moment of abundant promise and peril in equal measure, all of you who have been sworn in have been called to distinguish yourself. Minister of Federal Republic you are, not minister of a region or minister of a particular state.
The inauguration of the cabinet on the 21st of August 2023 was greeted by stern warning from the president to the ministers to perform or get sacked.
If no performance, you leave us.
A week later, the first cabinet meeting of the administration took place, with the president telling them to work hard and deliver good governance to Nigerians.
The expectation is high, and there's tough time right now. We must work hard, commit ourselves, and create a buoyant economy that will serve a free Nigeria.
One critical aspect of the cabinet is that it is populated by young people in fulfillment of President Tinubu's promise during the election campaign.
Mr. President taking a huge gamble. It was a huge gamble looking at the young people in his cabinet and the kind of sensitive portfolio. For instance, I'm Minister of Interior. Bosun is Minister of Communications, Digital Economy and Innovation. You look at the Honorable Minister of State for Police Affairs, Iman, she's in her early 40s, and so many young people. So it's not just, the President did not just bring young people to government, but he gave sensitive responsibilities, to young people.
With 9 young Nigerians appointed into the cabinet, many experts and social commentators describe the feat as unprecedented. As the president also tinkered more with his team, some heads of agencies like the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) were replaced, sparking debates. The injection of fresh blood into these agencies is expected to drive the administration's reform in the foreign exchange market and the war against corruption.
And topmost and the chiefest of that policy directive is to use the instrumentality of the fight against corruption to stimulate the economy. And that's why we go by that name, that phrase, economic and financial crimes. So we are not just running after those who have stolen money. It's also part of our mandate to ensure that people comply with the rules and the laws, to ensure that any attempt or action that may want to destroy the economy or attempt to destroy the economy, we move against it. That's the essence of that phrase, economic crimes. So not necessarily money.
They admitted that it has been challenging and exciting to work with the president in his desire to transform Nigeria.
It's been very interesting, and the pace, I tell you, even though I'm in my early 40s, I'm 42, but it's difficult keeping up with his pace. He's the most hardworking man I've ever met in my life. I wasn't appointed to make excuses. I was appointed to provide solutions to problems, and that's the typical saying of Mr. President. So he's a man that looks for solutions. When people see challenges, he sees solutions. So, and when you work with him, you just have no choice but to think in that direction. But I will tell you, working with the president, you better be on your toes, because there's no weekend. You just have to work.
Very interesting, I must say. This is an individual that has a very high standards. He expects you to deliver very well on every mandate that he has given you. But he's also an interesting character, because he allows you to come with your own strategies to achieve that. He has a vision, he knows where he's going, but he allows you to take any legal route to that destination. I think he brings out the creativity in everyone that he has appointed.
He's been the pillar. I said this, and let me just look at balance, if you permit me, and which will say, monkey the job, is where tree near tree. If the trees are not close, monkey will jump and break his leg. Oh, FCG is working. Who? Because there's somebody who's giving support. It's a different thing giving you an appointment, and if given things allowing you to perform.
He gave me a free hand. He has never interfered. Never. He gave me a free hand. And I have never requested for anything. Whatever that will be an impediment. So me performing, I go to him, he clears it.
Occupying that office under a Democrat, under a leader who understands what it means to fight corruption, under a leader who combines both enforcement and policy to fight corruption. And the journey so far has been quite good, even though challenging. I've been having the best of support, both from policy perspective and also from the, encouragement, particularly setting the tone at the top.
We must harness the growth potential.
Poised to laying the bedrock for lasting transformation and realization of the renewed hope agenda of the administration, the president buried his head in the task. The first gain of that task is that the administration has laid a solid foundation for governance and economic revival.
You have the president that understands the fundamental of economics, and which is the key thing for us. Now the trust is being developed within the business community now, that at least we have the direction that we are good. So when we talk about the success of this administration, is understanding the fundamental of economic development, which is the bedrock of everything that we're doing.
As part of efforts to alleviate the suffering of Nigerians occasioned by the removal of petrol subsidy, the administration implemented plans to move Nigeria from reliance on fossil fuel to clean energy such as the compressed natural gas, CNG. This led to the establishment of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, PCNGI.
We're focusing on two things. First of all, delivering the CNG into the market so that people can have access to the CNG. And secondly, using our own platform and our relationship, our own fuel stations, our partner fuel stations, to see that we can provide access to CNG by motorists across the country. So we have done substantial work. There's a very, very big movement in that direction by very many private sector people that I'm aware of. And I believe that in the coming years, we'll see much more replacement of PMS by CNG.
The initiative, coordinated by the Program Director of PCNGI, Michael Oluwagbemi, culminated in the inauguration of 3 gas infrastructure projects in Imo and Delta State on the 15th of May, 2024.
To achieve this project in less than 2 years, 11 months fulfillment of promise. This event is highly significant in our country and demonstrates the administration's determination to accelerate the development of critical gas infrastructure geared at demonstrably enhancing the supply of energy to boost the industrial growth and create employment opportunity and further prosperity for our people.
We're now able to have much more energy than we ordinarily will require to get the basic things, and that is why we're making substantial progress on many of our projects in gas, in other sectors in our business, to the extent that maybe in a very pedestrian sense, I can say that we probably did 2 years of work in 11 months, and this is quite substantial. And of course, it wouldn't happen if you do not have that enabling environment that will permit that.
More reforms by the administration have led to improvement in other sectors, like the issuance of passports by the Nigerian Immigration Service. That reform is championed by the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo.
We met a backlog of 204,000, over 204,000, and I thought it was absolutely unhealthy, and as I always say, passport to people who can afford it is a right, not a privilege, because you're a Nigerian. It's a national security document. Once it's a right, it's our responsibility to make it readily available in a speedy manner, And we swung into action, brought in the reforms, and as I always say, this is 2024. This is not 1984. So we must look at technology, how technology can enhance our process.
Another area in which the administration is making a headway is the transportation and infrastructure revolution in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Abuja. This is being spearheaded by the FCT Minister and former Governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike.
City designed that certain times get linked to the cities. And that is a way to decongest the cities, not to encourage rural migration to the cities. And that is by making sure you have rail transport, trains to link up all these rural areas. Even when the metro line was commissioned in 2017, and which I want to tell people today, commissioning a building does not mean that the metro line is in operation. That the trains, we have done it. Yes. Of what use to the people when it's not in use? And why is it not in use? All the stations do not have access roads. When the Nadamba Association annual conference took place in Abuja, President, when they are to flag it, to declare it open, he said, our chief host, I want to ride on the metro line. Don't give me land. I want to ride on the metro line. In essence, he knows it was not in use. Go and make sure the metro line is in use for the good of the people. It will ease the transportation system. It will afford the rural people to use it and come and go back. We now have to work for the access roads. Today, as I speak to you, if you want to go and watch football from the rural areas, you don't need to take your car.
It's not yet hurrah for the administration as challenges remain in various sectors. But the administration is not resting on its laurels in its efforts to convince Nigerians that indeed things are improving.
Burden of performance, considering the Ministry of Interior, how integral, how key the ministry is to 200 million people. Of course, that has to be a burden. Their expectations that must be met, in order to deliver the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency.
It's no surprise that we are making progress on the basis of a focused leader, whose aim is always to create value, more value, so that everybody else will benefit from it.
The federal government is optimistic about Nigeria's changing trajectory under President Bola Tinubu's leadership, and all that is required is for the citizenry to rally round him.
This is the time for all of us to rally round our leader, because leadership requires sacrifice. Leadership requires tenacity of purpose. Leadership requires commitment. We have crossed the Rubicon, and the nation is on a path to sustain growth.
We're in a hurry. Miracle must be performed. Where were we? Where were we? For us to come out where we were, it takes hard policies that will be very painful. Very painful. I've never seen in government where in 1 year you think that everything will have been transformed, as if it's where Jesus performed a miracle. The point is, look at NEF cities. It means that if the New Hope agenda is real in the FCT, then you must have hope.
As the president used his first year in office to set the tone for his administration, the government remains upbeat about better days ahead for the country, while the people look forward to the future with greater hope.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV.
Tired of pans that scratch and stick? Or cookware that takes up valuable space in your kitchen and are of little to no use? Cooking used to be fun, but now it just feels like a chore. Introducing Shopek's Gotham Hammered Copper Collection, the perfect cookware to upgrade your cooking experience. The Gotham Hammered Copper Collection features a super durable ultra non-stick surface. Eggs stick to other pans, but with the Hammered Copper Collection, they slide right out. Incredible! Plus, the Cool Touch solid cast handle makes it safe and easy to cook even the hottest dishes. It's oven safe up to 500 degrees, so bake this beautiful chicken stew pizza and serve it straight from the pan. Or this tasty delicious cake that will have your whole family asking for more. Any recipe can be made in these pans, and then it wipes clean with ease, so cleanup is a breeze. Plus, use your hammered copper pan to make homemade pancakes that flips and slips right out. Or make mouth-watering jollof rice or even floppy pounder with ease, because nothing sticks.
I needed a cookware to keep up with me. The Gotham Hammered Collection has been a game changer. No more burnt meals or hours spent scrubbing pots.
The Gotham Hammered Copper Collection is now available in Nigeria exclusively from Shopex TV. You could be paying over $490,000 for a collection of pans that are not even non-stick. Call the number on your screen now and get it for just 364,950 naira. This incredible Shopex offer includes one 8.5 inches fry pan, one 10.25 inches fry pan, one 1.4 liters saucepan, one 2.4 liters saucepan, one 4.7 liters stock pot, one stainless steel steamer, 4 tempered glass lids. But wait! If you order now, we will upgrade you to the Premier Kitchen Collection at no extra charge and also include one cookie sheet, one round baking pan, one square baking pan, one loaf pan and muffin pan, and one all-in-one food processor that blends, grinds, chops, dices, pounds yam and makes smoothies in seconds. All for just 364,950 naira only. And that's not all. You can get the Shopex Premier Kitchen Collection in 2 easy payments of 182,475 naira. Place your order now and we will deliver the entire collection for free anywhere you are in Nigeria. But hurry, this exclusive Shopex TV offer is for a limited time only, so call now while stocks last. The following was a paid presentation from Shopex TV.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
The conversation is on, everyone. Our attention right now is turned to the Ministry of Education. How well has President Bola Tinubu fared in the past year? The president did outline several key initiatives and policies to reform Nigeria's education sector, Femi.
Within 1 year in office, these policies and reforms have begun to materialize. Our correspondent Helen Osamede-Ekins looks at some of the achievements of this administration and its impact on the masses.
President Bola Tinubu, upon assumption of office, reiterated the commitment of his administration towards education for human capital development in the country. He gave approval for a comprehensive set of policies aimed at overhauling Nigeria's education sector. The initiative, which focused on 4 areas, namely data repository, out-of-school children, teacher training and development, and skills development and acquisition. The number of out-of-school children in the country is currently a subject of controversy. This administration, through the Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment Project, a World Bank-assisted project currently running in 18 states, enrolled over 3 million girls in secondary education.
Now the days when students will be struggling to sponsor themselves in their various educational endeavors is over. both at the tertiary and those who are seeking skills, who are seeking to be skilled, to be empowered, to move on with their lives. So it's a very great day for the country.
President Tinubu established the Nigerian Education Loan Fund to provide accessible loans for students. The aim is to alleviate financial barriers to higher education, making it more inclusive for all Nigerian students.
Are determined to ensure education is given the proper attention necessary for the country, including skill development programs.
The student loan scheme will pay 100% of the fees for the loanees at the institution, the approved institution that we grant loans for. What do I mean by that? If the fees are 100,000 for the session, that's what we'll pay. We won't pay 99, we won't pay 98, we'll pay 100% of those fees.
During this 1 year, the Nigerian education sector saw notable increases in funding despite ongoing challenges. In the 2024 budget, Tinubu's administration allocated 2.18 trillion naira to the education sector, an increase from 1.79 trillion naira in 2023, which represents about 7.85% of the total national budget, an increase from the previous year. Also, the Tertiary Education Trust Fund saw a substantial allocation, rising by 118.75% from 320 billion naira to 700 billion naira. The Universal Basic Education Commission also received a boost with an allocation of 251.47 billion naira. The academic staff union of universities also saw the impact of this administration in this 1 year. President Tinubu approved the payment of 4 months out of the 8 months of withheld salaries of the academic staff union of universities. The lecturers were on strike for 8 months from February 14, 2022 to October 17, 2022, and the then government invoked a no work, no pay policy. Helen Osamide Akins, TVC News, Abuja.
Well, it does feel like TVC's version of the ministerial sector briefing.
Yes, indeed. And, it gives the ministers a platform to let Nigerians know how well they have performed in carrying out the mandate given to them by President Bola Tinubu. And also, as we continue the assessment of President Bola Tinubu's 1 year in office.
Absolutely. Professor Tahir Maman is the Honorable Minister of Education, is right here with us in the studio. Prof, thank you for joining us.
Welcome.
My pleasure always. Thank you.
So what's your scorecard like? It's like a report sheet, right? I hope it's full of blue and not red.
Well, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the scorecard. but I hope they're all blue.
But it's still being marked, you say?
They're still being marked. But I've seen some in the social media, mixed green. But I've seen a lot of good ratings, actually.
Yeah. So what do you consider the highlight for you in the past 9 months? In the past 9 months of your ministerial position?
Well, Minister of Education is the mother hen for any country. And it's a very big ministry with lots of players in there, enlightened players. And it's a ministry that touches from local government right through the federal, from primary schools, secondary school, basic schools, secondary schools, and then all the tertiary institutions. So you can imagine what one has to grapple with as a minister. But by and large, what we did was to first of all get a trajectory, get a bearing, because you can easily get lost, if you don't get a bearing for what you want to do. And that was what we did. We set out in the early days to develop a roadmap. And as you know, you will have the federal government's 23 deliverables for the ministry. So we create our own thematics. Then later, all those are aspirations and goals. Now the implementation is what we reduce to those 4 dots. This is what we have zeroed on. And we zeroed on them because they are the ones that capture sector-wide, nationally, all the policies that we are going to implement and which education needs. And what are the problems? The problems are essentially 2 or 3, to put it in a very general way. One, it has been established that we have a learning crisis in the country, particularly at the basic education level. We have, from the researches that have been done, assessment which even in the Ministry of Education we did, we have just about 30% of Nigerian learners being able to read and write in English, and even less in mathematics, and be able to do simple arithmetical calculations. Not to talk about understanding what they wrote, comprehension. And you cannot have a country like that. We are public schools, especially we're talking about public schools now, are within that bracket of learning curve. And then secondly, we have millions of these young boys and girls out of school. How did they find themselves out of school? You see, anytime JAM work, they release their results. They give information on how many percentage have been able to gain admissions to tertiary institutions, which is universities, polytechnics, college of education. They don't exceed 25%. Now, so you flip the figure, we now have 75% to account for. These ones have not proceeded to hire for tertiary education. They are not in employment. They are not in any form of training. So they are just floating in our midst. That's where any little thing that happens around us, in the market, motor park, wherever you see, before you know it, you see sea of heads of young people around you. These are the people we are talking about.
So what have we done in the past 1 year to mock them back into the system?
This is the point. That is first, that's what out of school is meant for. As at April, we were able to get about 2 million plus of these young ones back into basic education and Arabic schools. And then about 195 of them into disabled ones were attended to. But the key problem is, how do you stop people falling into the category of out of school? This is the key thing. Because if you are mopping, and in any case, as you know, nobody knows actually the number. World Bank gives a different figure, UNICEF gives a different figure, government has different figure. The government is using the figure of 10.2. World Bank, UNESCO, UNICEF around 18 to 20 million. So we need to know exactly these people who are in school, from primary school right through tertiary. And that's what we are going to do through the data, and be able to track them year by year. We give them a number through which we can monitor their progress year by year. And know also the ratio of girls to boys in school, so that when you are intervening, you know, if we can say, okay, these are the number of girls in these states, in this region. Even state governors, when they want to do their own planning, they will have that information in their system.
It sounds like you're saying that we've been able to get 2 million back to school in the past 1 year.
That's right, that's right.
But also, out of these number of out-of-school children, you know, even data has shown that a large number of them are girls. And I remember about 2 weeks ago, you were at the launch of this alternative high school for girls. Now, tell us about the peculiarity of this project. I know that this is a project that's also close to the heart of the First Lady, Senator Oluwatoyin. But what's the peculiarity of these, and how will it deliberately target girls and ensure that they are brought back?
What makes girls more in number out there is, first of all, the demographics. But more importantly, there are less girls going to school, partly because of culture, partly because of economic circumstance of parents, and then partly location of schools. Because if schools are far away from where they are, for most of them, they find it a bit difficult to go. And then the environment of the schools. Girls need more hygiene in schools than boys. So these are all major deterring factors, and these are some of the things that we have been working on together with the development partners and other agencies so that we can improve the situation. And then now another factor there is security too, problems of insecurity, because they are more vulnerable in that regard too. So these are all the concomitant elements which impact on girls going to school. Now what is happening is, first, the ministry is focusing a lot to ensure that a suitable environment is created for them through doing more schools, providing wash facilities, and in all the schools, and then also bringing schools closer to them. In the last 1 year or so, we've done with our partners, right across the country. We've done schools for vocational, about 44, for vocational schools. We've done smart schools for girls. This one is for technology in education. And then we've also done close to about 5,000 schools, right across the country, both basic education and for senior secondary school, so that there are enough schools around for them. And then, as I said, the wash is extremely important for them. And then there's a program, quite a number of interventions actually are ongoing. There's a program which the Minister of Education is running with one of our partners, where we've established about 3.4 have been registered as beneficiaries. And then girls are half of that number, if not more. And then the enrollment has been shown to has really increased tremendously because of that intervention.
What about funding? Because this is also a problem where we know there's a benchmark set by UNESCO, and this administration indeed has also increased funding for the education sector, but it's still not enough. How are you dealing with the issue of funding?
It's certainly not enough, but what we are doing is to draw priorities. Is to draw priorities in the utilization of what we have. And as I said, there are a lot of development partners who are intervening in that regard. UBEC has been a very major source of fund for basic education, in that regard. And then the senior secondary school is a bit of problem there because it's neither here nor there. So it's relying on ministry's budget, for which we have made substantial, funding arrangements for them. And so these are some of the ways that we've been trying to provide for the shortfall in funds.
Prof, let us move up to the tertiary institution so that we can save more time. Just yesterday, ASU threatened to go on strike, and they're saying that this will happen if federal government doesn't pay salaries and also improve funding for universities. Femi talked about funding. We're still doing less than 10% of budgetary allocation. I remember the last time we spoke, you talked about granting universities autonomy to be able to explore new sources of funding and what have you. But how come 2024 we still have issues with the ASU? Is it that we are not doing anything differently from what has been done in the past?
Well, you've put your hand on the lever in terms of funding, because the Nigerian education system has actually grown by leaps and bounds within a very short period of time. And so because of it, funds of the government have been overstretched. And then you have government funding the tertiary education 100%. And they want autonomy, very legitimate. But that autonomy has to come with some level of being able to provide for themselves, for themselves in terms of funding. Government coming in through grants, through some other creative ways, but not to be solely responsible for the funding. Now, what we have done since we came on board is to restate. Mr. President has said he wants a stable calendar in education, particularly the tertiary education level, where the problems of instability have been. Because this is the only way we can have really progress there and have international partnerships and that sort of thing. So we've been keeping that communication, that conversation with the unions, all of them. Of course, like any family, from time to time there will be quarrel or disagreement here and there, but we all share the same aspiration. We want our tertiary education system where there's sufficient money for them to do their research, teachers are well paid, there are facilities, sufficient and adequate facilities, classrooms, labs, well equipped. We want to see them. I have been in the university tertiary education sector for close to 40 years, so I know the problems, you know. But as I said, there are a lot of competing demands. Education, health, infrastructure, and all that. Government has been very supportive by increasing the percentage. We also have these funding windows through TED Fund and other international collaborations. That has been very, very helpful. And also you remember when the president paid 4 months' salaries for ASU, even despite the court judgment, you know, that, you know, upheld no work, no pay.
Yeah. Well, Honorable Minister, you will agree with me that even in the post-Boko Haram era, the education sector is still under attack because these institutions, be primary school, tertiary institutions, are now soft targets for criminals, for bandits, kidnappers, and what have you. What's happening to the Safe School initiative, and how well spread is it to ensure that wherever the schools are located, the students, pupils in these schools are safe, because this is also a major deterrent to accessing education?
Very true. I can't agree more with you. It's one of the major problems which is actually besetting our education system now, particularly in the rural areas where they are vulnerable to this kind of attacks. Now, the Safe Schools initiative have been strengthened, have been established now with the headquarters here, and then all states are supposed to have branches, and then all schools also are supposed to have centers, local centers for it. And then all schools are now required to key into their portal, so that wherever there is any potential threat, there's information about potential threat, they can report immediately. That is why it is called Rapid Response Center, so that they can report immediately. We have done a lot of sensitization of schools, school leaderships, even the students, and the communities around schools, so that once this information is available about any chance of attack, they can just report very quickly.
Is it functional now, or is it still work in progress?
Oh yes, no, it's already solidly on ground. Yeah, it's very functional.
So have we recorded maybe an incident where through this initiative an attack on facilities, education facilities, have been repelled?
Well, I can't tell exactly. Probably it's the commandant who can report on that, of that center. But if you remember of recent where such things happened within one or two places also, Kogi, we lost some students. But overall, they were all rescued.
All right. Yeah. Let us look at the issue of certificate racketeering. In January, a 12-member investigation panel was set up to look into that viral report done by one of our colleagues. We're now in May. Where is the report? What's happening? What did you find out? Because the last time we checked, you suspended the evaluation and accreditation process. Many Nigerian students are screaming for help as we speak.
Yes, the report has been submitted. The committee has submitted the report about 3 weeks ago. We are working on the report to take appropriate decisions. Those that affect staff of the ministry, we are going to wield big stick. And we have said from the report they have identified some institutions, non-existent institutions in those countries, particularly Benin and Togo. And we are going to seek the authority of FEC to chase out, follow up on every person who has that fake qualification from those institutions. We expect the head of service and secretary of government to be able to do that, because there are quite a lot of them around.
Is there a time frame to this process? And are you considering lifting suspension anytime soon?
Yes, once we are done, those schools that are official, that have official recognition and are well accredited, obviously we will let the public know, and they will, so that they will be free to admit students. And it's not a crime, it's appropriate for students to go there.
Will that happen this year?
Oh, earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, next month or two, we should be done with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 25 years of unbroken democracy in Nigeria, and quite a number of people are excited about it. We saw Mr. President at the National Assembly today saying he had to come in person to thank legislators and the work they have done. Do you think that do you consider it a milestone? And how much do you think we have gained in the past quarter of century? And how far away are we from dreamland, so to speak?
Well, I don't know if one could say we are 100 miles or 100 years from the dreamland. Democracy is a process, it's a work in progress. What we need to do is to learn from mistakes made during every cycle, for instance, during every election cycle. And believe you me, we've made progress. Some of the things that were happening in the past, they can no longer happen. Fast progress through the electoral process. Yes, there are still some challenges there, but the use of technology has done a lot. The litigations also have contributed a lot towards settling, some of the intra-party issues, because these are some of the major obstacles to our democratic process over the years. The courts have been able to help enormously on this. And this is one of the things I intend to do, to write a book on the role of the courts in our democratic setting. They've done so much.
How soon?
We need democracy. Well, I'll start work on it honestly very soon. Very, very soon. Okay. Promise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, still talking about democracy, talking about, if you say it's a process, it's a journey, but are we taking the right steps? Because the government might say, yes, we're doing things right, but when you go outside to seek public opinion, it's different from what the government thinks. A lot of people feel that, well, democracy has come with its challenges. This administration has also come with some kind of challenges, hardship and all of that, but we hear that it's work in progress. When will this work be done?
Well, it has to be work in progress, because we can't put a timeline on it. But the most important element for us to focus on, as Democrats, is the substantive purposes of democracy. The process there, the election and that sort of thing, it has to be for a goal. And that goal is providing for the needs of the people of the country, infrastructure, healthcare, education, water system, so these are the kind of things which people will see the value for democracy. And this is, I believe, these are definitely the things which our president is focused on. Which is also an inspiration for some of us who are working with him.
The student loan portal is up and running now, and we're hearing from the agency in charge that they're having some challenges with universities upgrading their data. Are you concerned about that? And is that something you think will be fixed in a matter of time?
Well, I am really not surprised, having come from a university background. Until before this appointment, I was a vice chancellor, and I know the entire terrain.
Indeed.
We have tiers of IT compliance and administrative capacity in our universities. Some are very strong with IT and then organization, so their systems can throw up information and data very rapidly.
But some are still struggling.
A lot of them. I don't even say.
And the fingers are pointing at the federal universities because those are the ones involved now.
I don't know about that.
I am telling you facts and figures, Honorable Minister.
China has all the federal universities because you're from that sector.
Yeah, well, yes, yeah, probably size. You know, when you've been on analog for so long and there's so much data out there, you know, that are not captured.
But does it not also, you know, speak to the quality of education? Because if Ivory Towers, I mean, they are supposed to lead the pack in this regard.
True.
If we're moving into ICT, they shouldn't be trailing us.
Yeah, I agree. But as I said, it's the beginning. They started analog. Tons and tons of papers need to be transited away from. And I tell you, that takes a lot of time. And so that's why they may be struggling with getting the data. So I'm not surprised. But most of the first generation, current generation of universities, if you go to them, they are almost paperless. Like where I left, it was almost paperless.
But this may also slow down the disbursement of these funds to those that really are in need of it, to slow down the whole process.
What I would do, as a minister now, I'll find out exactly, because this particular point, my attention has been drawn to it, and I will need to know so that we can, get across to the institutions why this is a problem.
Because the process, the process is fully digital, and then
it is.
If there's something wrong with the data coming from the universities, it will definitely slow it down.
Yeah, it will impact, because unless the data is completed in respect of an applicant, he will not access money. And for a fault, for something which is not his fault, so it's not right. So that's why we will find. I will try to get the information from Nelfon, so that we can find out how
pick
they
it up
are.
from them.
Yeah, exactly.
Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Mamman, thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thank you for joining us.
And we wish you all the best in the coming years.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm
happy May 29.
Yes, happy anniversary to President Bola Tinubu's administration, and you're a part of that government.
Certainly.
Congratulations.
And moving on now, on 29th of May 2023, President Bola Tinubu promised Nigerians a renewed hope in the area of infrastructure development. Well, a year on, senior correspondent Sarah Yekwe x-rays development in the sector and how it has impacted national development.
One of the few policies President Bola Tinubu designed to revamp infrastructure and grow Nigeria's economy is the establishment of the Renewed Hope Infrastructure Development Fund. One infrastructure that has the president bragging about his achievements in less than a year are road projects ongoing in different parts of the country.
To me, today is my day to brag. It's my bragging day. Don't be afraid. We will do this road. 700 kilometers. It will be a success for Nigeria, and we'll do more of this.
Some of the infrastructural projects under the federal government are the reconstruction of the 700-kilometer Lagos-Calabar Coastal Superhighway, 1,000-kilometer Sokoto-Badagry Highway, design and procurement of 461-kilometer Africa Trans-Sahara route, and the reconstruction and rehabilitation of 330 roads and bridges across the 6 geopolitical zones. In Lagos alone, there are at least 8 projects that have been rehabilitated or under construction. One of them is a 3rd mainland bridge. The government says the coastal highways in Nigeria will be transformed into tourist destinations with enhanced security, recreational facilities, and efficient transportation, cutting down travel time by 50% nationwide.
700-kilometer Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road is built in 6/10 lanes, where we have a lot of infrastructure, where we have urban development. We are doing 10 lanes. And the road is done with 11 inches concrete pavement using Y20 reinforcement. The project is procured and is to be completed in sections. First section We've done over 1.3 kilometers completed. A legacy project of Mr. President, they all have train tracks. Lagos Calabar has train tracks at the middle, 25 meters width. The rest of the other two have train tracks by the side, and they are all procured in 6 and where occasion demands in 10 lanes.
The most controversial project the Tinubu government has embarked on is the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, with critics questioning every aspect of the project.
Governments in the past have wanted to do that, but have lacked the political will to get it going. And so if there's anything one can say, with regards to the present administration, they have shown the will to want to get it done. But it is something that is shrouded in controversy. There's an alternative, which is a repair of the existing road infrastructure that has collapsed in many parts of the country. The Auchi, Benin, Abuja road, and so many other roads in the country that are, in very bad state, should have been done and should have taken preeminence before even the coastal road. But beyond that, again, is the fact it's the issue of, I think the government has flagged off about 300 roads from what they have told us. And so that in itself is commendable.
The Bola Tinubu government inherited 2,600 budgetary appropriation projects and special intervention projects nationwide. For now, it has embarked on 40 new projects across the country. One of the few policies President Bola Tinubu designed to revamp infrastructure and grow Nigeria's economy is the establishment of the Renewed Hope Infrastructure Development Fund. One infrastructure that has the president bragging about his achievements in less than a year are road projects ongoing in different parts of the country.
To me, today is my day to brag. It's my bragging day. Don't be afraid. We will do this road. 700 kilometers. It will be a success for Nigeria, and we'll do more of this.
Okay, Mr. President is bragging already.
Indeed, it's time to brag. 1 year in office, and he's talking about what his administration has been able to achieve and the roadmap they have also set for the remaining part of his first tenure in office.
Well, at least we now know that there is no going back on the coastal road.
Yes, indeed.
But recent data from the CBN is revealing a staggering housing deficit to the tune of 28 million units in Nigeria. And that no doubt highlights the critical challenge that the housing poses to Nigeria and indeed for this administration. Our next conversation is around President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda on housing, and joining us here is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Housing Authority, Oyetunde Oladimeji.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Well, you have a huge task, I must say, looking at the statistics Nifemi has rolled out, the housing deficit in Nigeria. How well do you understand the enormity of this task placed on you by Mr. President, and how ready are you to deliver?
Thank you very much. Like you said, the new executive management team was inaugurated on 21st of February 2024, so barely 3 months ahead we came in. But knowing fully, for some of us that have worked with Mr. President for the past 18 years, Mr. President is somebody that doesn't take any excuse. It's somebody that his eyes, like I keep saying, his eyes is always on the ball. If you are not ready to work with him, you better quit. We know the enormous task ahead of us in the housing project, and that's why immediately we were inaugurated. I told my team, my executive management team and general management team of FHA, that we have a lot on our shoulder. For example, we realized that the first thing you have to build on a land. And in FHA, we realized that we have land deficits. And that was why we embarked, and we are still moving on, going around the states of the Federation, because these houses will be built in all the states of the Federation. And as we speak, this is the 23rd state we visited yesterday. That's in Nasarawa State. And in the next 3 weeks, I've said we'll conclude the whole 36 states. And at this junction, knowing the enormity of the work ahead of us, you can't afford to sleep if you are working with Mr. President. you must be on your toes. Like I said, in case Nigerians don't know, I doubt if he sleeps until 4 a.m. in the morning. That's why I say for those of us who has been with him and is still doing the same thing. Like he said, we all asked for this job and we must deliver. And I can assure you in Federal Housing Authority, as we speak today, we have over 22 lands around the Federation. I would also like to thank the state governors at this junction who have been very magnanimous, not just giving us lands, but also giving us land free and making sure that compensation on those lands and rest of those lands were given to us free. Because we also told them that it's about affordable housing unit. So we need, well, you might cross it the crop subsidy, but we need a form of assistance in order to deliver. It's for Nigerians.
So about 21 states have given you land now?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. 21 states.
Walk us through what this land is meant for. What do you aim to achieve?
What we aim to achieve, like you said, you have about 20-something million deficit. And you see, we know that it's not about just the housing deficits. Like we said, it's about having an affordable housing. It's critically key at this junction. And what we tend to achieve with those houses is to do a mass housing unit. Not just doing the mass housing unit, but making sure that the houses are affordable for people. And we are going to deliver. Like I said, we've crossed 2 hurdles. It's as if we are going to 10 hurdles. Land has been given to us free. In the past, previous FHA management team, executive management team, what I met in the file is they normally pay for land, they normally pay for crop compensation. But to us now, we've crossed 2 hurdles. The first 2 hurdles are land given to you free by the state governors, compensation being paid by the state governors on this land encumbrances and everything. So it shows a sign that we are going to get there and we are going to
These units of land is for the Renewed Hope housing program. The intent is to build new housing units, right?
Yes.
But as we speak, there are about 47 abandoned housing units spread across the country. So some have asked the question, why are we building new houses when there are many units that have been abandoned for years?
Let me tell you, you said 28 million deficit from CBN. If you count all these abandoned houses, I don't even think they're up to 40,000. To be honest with you, 30,000. I was in Nasarawa State yesterday. I saw one of it. And at this junction, the reason for these things being abandoned is very simple. Like I said, these houses are meant to be built in various states of the Federation. If you don't have a proper planning from the very beginning, let me be honest with you, you can't sit in Abuja and do a design and build a house in all these different states without consulting with them from the very beginning. Because these houses will be lived in by human beings who are residents, mostly in that state. And you see, we are one in Nigeria, but we differ in culture, religion, and tribe. If you don't consult very well, you'll find out that most of these houses will be abandoned. I can assure you, the one I visited in Nasarawa yesterday, I asked for the cost, 16, 17 million for a 2-bedroom. How is it going to be affordable for Nigerians? Let's start. It's something that the past administration built. I don't want to condemn any administration. Government is continuing. But let's start this way. We got the land, for example, in Akwa Ibom. The cost of the land is about 1 billion, given to us free. Compensation encumbrances given to us free. That means we've saved 2 billion. At this present state, to do a 2-bedroom, semi-finished 2-bedroom, will not be more than 8 to 9 million at the present state, even with the inflation. Blocks is about 500 to 600 naira, 9-inch. 6-inch is about 450 to 480 naira. 2,500 blocks will give you a 2-bedroom flat. A rooftop, depending on the square meters of the size, will definitely go for about almost 1.82 million. Windows and burglaries, there's about. That will finish at the rate of 7 to 8 million naira. Then you can now call on the off-takers of the government, which are predominantly the indigenous of the states, predominantly civil servants, who are going to buy. Remember that you have various categories of houses which you expect the lower level to also benefit, because it's for them really.
I hear you, and I understand what you're saying, but I'm just concerned about all of these housing units that have been abandoned. You talked about the issue of affordability. Are you saying that they are now condemned, nothing can be done to subsidize, to ensure that at least we have people who don't even have houses? Maybe perhaps government can subsidize them and start with this.
Well, there's a social housing scheme. Remember that we are from the Federal Housing Authority of Nigeria. We have our parent Ministry of Housing also building. And remember that some of these houses abandoned were done under the Ministry of Works and Housing. You see, there's something you can do like a buy-over. You approach the state government. Yesterday I was with Natal State Governor, and that was the kind of proposal he threw up to me. And that was why I visited the site. And some of us will discuss with the relevant authority, because in federal housing, all our houses are occupied. People are even buying without being ready. But we won't deny the fact that some houses have been abandoned. My advice, none of FHA houses have been abandoned. That's the truth. None. But let's assume maybe when it was under the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, we talked to them, state governments will buy it over. It's just a straightforward thing. They will buy it over and they will do subsidy on it. Mass housing is always been subsidized by government. And in doing that, what else do you expect? So those houses are only meant to be identified. I will talk to my minister, what I saw yesterday in Nasarawa, and I will give him the best advice. Since the governor of Nasarawa State said, yes, they are ready to buy it over. And they will look into it and they will give it to their people. So why would they have? So some of these things, when we see it, we've been going around and we'll get all our details and data ready, and we'll talk to our parent ministry to let them be informed that some of these houses are there and they need something had to be done with.
All right, in spite of efforts now to make these houses affordable, access to finance is also a major issue. Even if the houses go for let's say 2 million naira for the low-income earner, they'll still need finance to be able to access it. And we do not have a very vibrant mortgage system here in Nigeria. What's in place to ensure that there's a system that provides finance for the people to access these and maybe repay over a period of time? What's in place?
I think about 2 weeks ago, well, again, I would like to thank Mr. President and also the Federal Executive Council meeting, and in which you saw the Murphy bill was passed, approved the Murphy financing. And in the Murphy, you saw it categorically stated, Federal Housing Authority, Federal Mortgage Bank. Those are the two government agencies responsible, one for building, one for mortgages. A 25-year period was spelled out in it. To be honest with you, with the kind of houses we build, I can assure you with the Federal Mortgage Bank, and also we have FHA Mortgage Bank, the funds that will be there. Mr. President have said it, and a lifespan of 25 years in it. And I can assure you, people will pay before 25 years.
The FHA Mortgage Bank, that's new and it's kind of a novel. Tell us more about it. How is it different?
It's not new. The primary mortgage bank is the Federal Mortgage Bank.
Yes, indeed.
The FHA Mortgage Bank is just a subsidiary under the Federal Housing Authority, in which they are with CBN, and like I said, the parent one is the Federal Mortgage Bank. We are and they've been actually giving mortgages to people. Yesterday, they gave keys of houses to about 60 workers around the airport side, and they deal with private developers as well. And mortgages are being given out. And we are planning in Federal Housing Authority to also strengthen them by making sure that mortgages are more affordable to Nigerians. But I can assure you, with what was passed in FEC, there will be a lot of funds being rolled out in which workers can access mortgages.
Another issue for some people is racketeering. We have, how do we prevent a situation whereby one person who is well-to-do buys access to funds, buys
all the units,
almost all the units, and then sublets it to some other people who probably cannot afford it, and in that process, deprives other people of access to this affordable housing?
Well, you are very, very right. It's a difficult thing, really, but you can also check such a thing. What we are doing in FHA, let me talk for FHA, is we make it everything announced to the public. This is what we're doing at some point in time. Before we even finish building, we make sure we bring in off-takers. And that's why we are so particular about also government agencies, because it's the government agencies that have the data. For example, we went to JAM, and JAM requested that Professor Leide, the registrar, said they want about some hundreds of units of houses in Buhari for their staff. With that, you will be extremely very sure that JAM has a data. And also to avoid that, that's why in FHA we are talking to the state governors to also make sure they provide us with the data of their civil servants. Even though, you know, we have different model in FHA. We have the private partnership. With the private partnership model, yes, the rich can go and buy. But you see, with the mass housing and direct construction, we are trying to deal more with government agencies to make sure that we call what exactly you are saying. Because with these data from the governors, we will be able to show at what grade level of workers are buying it. And we'll make it public. That's the whole truth.
So you're currently verifying authentic allotees across the country for a period of 9 months, thereabout. Accurate?
About 3 months for now.
3 months for now. But I also know that you have launched digitization of, capturing accurate data. How far have you gone with that? Has FHA now completely gone digital?
Well, thank you very much. Internally, yes, we have gone digitalized. And you see, when the new executive management got into FHA, we realized a lot of lapses. And to be honest with you, in the 21st century, it's still the analog style where files are just being kept in a room. And knowing the sensitivity of land and property between us, one cannot be playing with people's life. We all know that this purpose of housing, this purpose of land issues is about life savings, it's about life investment. And for now, we decide to say, let everybody come and verify their lands, let everybody come and verify their houses, because we know in us as well, to be honest with you, when we got in, we found some bad eggs, we have to be honest with you, working in FHA. And we've been trying to compile names. Some of them, we have reposted them out. Some of them, if we found them guilty, we hand them over to the police or EFCC. And digitalization, really, it should be at a one-stop button. In another 2-3 weeks from now, the external digitalization will be done. But we have launched the internal digitalization, in which is going to help the diaspora community, wherever you are. And we are going to link it with the state government of every state. So that as you are punching on us in FHA, the state government of every state is seeing it as well. The diaspora community, the diaspora community encounters a lot of fraud. I was a victim of it when I was in the United Kingdom, sending money back home for people to build houses for me, only for me to come back. Do you know the funniest thing? That was just about 2 months to my wedding. I realized I didn't have anything.
Wow.
So that's the reason for that digitalization. And also in FHA, we keep seeing people coming with double allocation issues on land. We see some houses that we cannot even verify.
But what does this verification mean for landowners in Nigeria? Do they have anything to fear?
They don't have anything to fear. If, you see, in FHA, I'll be honest with you, we have a lot of issue of double allocations. And you see, it's straightforward. The first allotee is the owner of the land, if you pay. You find a scenario where you have a first allotee who has paid, and the next thing you see another allocation. And the next thing you find out that the second allotee has been given a building plan approval. That is injustice. I won't sit down and allow injustice to take place. So one of the things we're doing is, with this, we are going to get everything solved. Because in the next 4 or 5 months, we want to do away with analog. We want to go digitalization so that you can go home, rest, do a press button on a push, and at the end of the day, you know your property is safe for 50 years. So we can assure you that the digitalization, it's on internally, external in another 2 weeks. So everybody will be safe in what? Because you see, it's not, nobody needs to fear on anything. Once you procure a land properly, you've paid, you've been given receipt. We have a lot of land out there. We have a lot of property out there. Like I can tell you, we don't even know the owners.
You know, what we see these days are complete houses where people have been living for so long, and then government comes to say, you're building on waterways, or you were not, allowed to build here in the first place. And it baffles people. Why do we have to wait for that long?
That level of development.
Before intervening. Does that bother you, and do you see FHA playing any pivotal role here?
Oh, you see, it bothers me a lot. And that's where the issue of also land grabbers comes in. And because of the urgency and sensitivity of owning a property, which everybody knows, once you own a property, the issue of landlord becomes a thing of the past. And because of our level of literacy, people will not go and make proper findings and information from this ministry. The next, and because of the kind of laws we still run in Nigeria, when powers is given to traditional rulers sometimes, even though we know the state government owns the land, but in some states you still have these arrangements where they said some areas are conceded to traditional rulers. And at the end of the day, once they just pick a family, I'll use Ekiti for example. For you to buy a land sometimes in Ekiti, all they just have to do is, they'll say, have you met the head of the family? Then once they issue you a receipt, that receipt doesn't mean you should not go and check with government. But people always try to do sharp practices. Let's be honest. They don't want to pay the required fee, the survey fee, the town planning fee, approval fee. The next thing they start building. Once they check, every state, every region of this country has the town planning units in which everywhere is properly planned. So if you build your houses on the drainage without talking to the government, and remember that this country is big, let's be honest. Sometimes you don't have the manpower. You are still working on technology to capture a lot of things. Assuming you have the technology at first hand, why not? We'll get all these things once it's done.
But there's also the complicity of government agencies, because many of these developing, buildings that are under development, you see marks on them. And then after a while, you notice that the building goes on.
Yeah.
So it's not as if there is no agency saying what was being built at the time. It does seem that they just did not do anything about it.
One thing you should be very careful with these marks. People get it wrong. When you see a mark by a town planner, it's not telling you that it should be demolished. When you go in to the government agency, after buying the land, you do a survey plan. You go for a planning approval. You see, some people as well, why that development is going, they alter what is being given as approved. So when something is marked, it's not for demolition at all the time. It's telling you that this is your plan approval by the government. Are you going the right way? Somebody might come for an approval of 2-bedroom. Because he sees that he wants to change the government, he will start building 3-bedroom. So in most cases, when you saw these red marks, to be honest with you, it's not for demolition. But in areas, we've seen in the past a lot of things has been tolerated and entertained, and that's why the government is coming at this junction to make sure that things
hold that thought. We're just going to take a short break, and then we'll continue this conversation. Stay with us, everyone.
Welcome back. We're still speaking with the Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Housing Authority, Oyetunde Oladimiji Ojo. Thank you for your time now. Now let's talk about 25 years of unbroken democracy. President Bola Tinubu's administration is celebrating or commemorating 1 year in office. Before President Bola Tinubu came on board, the expectations were quite high. How well would you say he has been able to meet these expectations before? Because for some people, they'll say their hopes were also dashed.
Well, thank you very much. Something has been destroyed for over 40, 50 years. Somebody's coming in one day. It's easier to demolish a building. You can demolish a 10-story building in less than 2 hours. But you can't build a 10-story building, to be honest with you, in 20 days. You see, what's going wrong here is a kind of a social contrast. You see, you won't blame the people because the successive government or the previous government, people don't trust government again. And when you come and you tell them this is what we have from the social contrast theory, oh, they will say they've had a lot of that in the past. And we keep telling them, this is Mr. President of a different pedigree. This is Mr. President. Some of us ask him, I have to be honest with you. I call him Daddy. I say, Daddy, what are you looking for? You see, what the president is doing is not for himself. He's doing it for we, the younger ones. We need somebody to put us right. Look at areas of road infrastructure. He has just launched the Lagos Calabar. They are working on it. Do you know what the employment opportunity that's going to bring into the country? For those of us, my mom is from Ekiti. My dad is from Ekiti. My mom is from Bayelsa. So easily I can move from Lagos to the coastal shores of Calabar without flying through the road. The businesses, the beach setup that will come up with business and everything. Secondly, you see, look at the security situation. Before we know the level of the insecurity in this country, but gradually it's going down. It won't crash in one day. We just want Nigerians to be patient. Some of us are addressing Nigerians as be patient. This thing is not done in one day. You can't fix this country in 1 year. All they just have to do is trust and believe in the man. After the first 4 years, you can now come and say, has he performed or has he not performed? To be honest with you, in 1 year, can you bring up a baby in 1 year to become an adult? Nigeria is a complex situation. You know, some people don't travel around this country. I'm sorry to say this on a public media space. Some people, they only know their terrain and their region. For those of us, I drive through this country, I do enter airplane. And I've been doing that, God knows, for almost 20, 30 years. That's why it's easy for me to move around the whole federation of this country.
You know, Mr. Ojo, it's important that we also consider 1 year from the context of a 4-year tenure. Because if you say a baby cannot grow in a year, it means you're saying that President Tinubu only has 4 years to make an impression. And 4 out of 4 is like 1/4 of it. So the question really is, do you think he's on track as regards his renewed hope programs?
He is very, very on track. For you to have a building, you must do a foundation. Get the foundation wrong and I can tell you that building is coming down. That's the reality. Is he on track? Yes, very, very on track. He's picking every sector gradually, identifying the challenges, identifying the problem, pushing. You must plan. Are you going to a war? Fine. You see, sometimes you should not react because you want to react. It's about proper planning before execution. You can use 1 year to plan, execute in 1 year, and I can tell you by the 3rd year, everybody start laughing. But you can start, that's what I'm telling you. When we got to FHA, and I'll use that for example, people were expecting build, but I realized there was no land. And I've been given a job to do in the 6th state of the Federation. So the first thing I have to do is to acquire land. I can't go and build houses on water. If I need to do that on water, I need to still go deep down. And that's what Mr. President is doing. He's planning. Execution is just a very simple. I can tell you with that and I can beat my chest. Building bungalows in every state. I can do 5,000 bungalows in 1 year. Every state of the Federation. To build a bungalow is the cheapest thing so far. You are not having a decade. Why, if you don't plan properly to get the land, you and I know, you can ask private people. It will take them almost 1 year. You are getting a lot. So Mr. President is on the right track. He's on the right foot. And that was why I talked about the social contrast theory system. For Nigeria to just be patient with him. You can easily. Was your TV station built up in 1 year? Oh, if it was 1 year, TVC would not be at this brand. Let's be honest with you. So we are talking to Nigeria. There are different issues, different sectors that he inherited. And he's saying, let everybody relax. Believe in me. He's a pilot that is taking us to the right destination. And for some of us that will believe in him, the younger ones.
All right. We have to go now, Mr. Ojo, and I hope that what you're saying resonates with majority of Nigerians who also have a mind of their own to determine or decide how they choose to react to Mr. President's first year in office. I think it all boils down to what the people can see, like Mr. President usually would say, to inspire hope in them. You know, someone said in the morning that Nigerians have to be patient. But, you know, there's also a point where patience crosses into long suffering. You mentioned that Nigerians have had such experience with past leadership. So trust that they don't believe easily, except you can show them what you are talking. And hopefully, in the coming years, we hope to see what
in another 1 year, Nigerians will see what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is made up of. He did it in Lagos. So this thing is not a rocket science stuff. He will do it in Nigeria.
Oyetunde Ojo is the MD CEO of the Federal Housing Authority. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much
on the
for having me.
Thank you. You're welcome. All right, as the low-key celebration of President Tinubu's first year in office continues, some Nigerians have added their voices in assessing the president's performance. Some say he's done well, while others remain indifferent.
Well, let's share some of their thoughts with you.
Some area the president has performed. I will not lie to you, but we need a lot of things to be turned around in terms of economy. Okay. If you look around Abuja now, the president has shown that everyone can be ministers of SCT. The labor are making mistake by fighting for minimum wage. Is price control we need. Price control of commodities in markets, supermarkets, in our main markets. If there is price control, everything will be limited. The commodities will be so cheap. If government has task force around that can checkmate the way people are operating their businesses, things will be fine.
There are areas the government has done very well. That is through the Minister for Federal Capital Territory. It's been doing very fine. Through the Minister for Housing, it's been doing very fine. Am I correct? Now, but for every other aspect of it is failure all around.
To some extent, it's a good start. FCT is a state of civil servant. And I think that area has not been touched at all. Civil servants is struggling on their minimum wages, a lot of hazards pending, and I think the president should look at that area. But in terms of development, with what we can see, if you look at Azukoro as we speak now, and that area one side, some road has been open, which has been abandoned before.
If you move within Abuja, infrastructure within Abuja, I can say the minister has actually done pretty well, because I can see the job he's doing actually pretty well. What we are calling on the president is for him to focus on this insecurity. Insecurity is one of the most important in this country. Once there is a security everywhere, I think the farmers can be able to go and farm what they will eat. You understand? So we lack insecurity. I know 1 year will not take the president to organize everything. I'm wishing him the best.
He's trying, but the issue we are having, from the day he removed the subsidy, I believe that's the day Nigeria's suffering increased. If you go to the market, even though they're paying you 100,000, 50,000, you can't buy anything. If you can do the other, you can subsidize some of the food items, I believe we will be happy.
The government should put more policies to help the country, like the citizens, with their finances and everything. The government, they keep making policies that are not favorable for our finances, and right now it's really hard to save. Like, you spend more than you have, and the inflation, everybody is currently in debt as I speak. So I think they should put more policies that help our economy.
So now the suffering we see they continue now. You know, conda everything too hard to chop man a wahala, to feed your children man a wahala. See market where we manage ourselves now. It don't cost now. Sometimes if you can't, you know they get anything inside. Before with the bike on one back, they load down for you 5,000, 4,000, but now na 22,000 back. If you buy now, money no go come out.
Our planet, our home, threatened by man's activities, with fears of mass extinction on the rise. On Green Angle, we examine the issues that affect our environment, seek solutions to put us on track to secure and restore a cleaner and greener world for generations to come. Our
me, Morayo Afolabi Brand. I have some exciting news for you. For the last 5 years, the ladies of you have brought you in-depth discussions, sauteed with personal opinions for 1 hour every week. Well, guess what? The conversation just got bigger, as your view will now show for 1 hour 30 minutes every weekday. The newspaper review just got better, the hot topics even hotter, the lesser segments now deeper. I will be introducing a new one-on-one segment with a very special guest. Join us every weekday on TVC. See you there. Hello everyone, it's me, Morayo Afolabi Brand. I have some exciting news for you. For the last 5 years, the ladies of you have brought you in-depth discussions, sauteed with personal opinions for 1 hour every week. Well, guess what? The conversation just got bigger, as your view will now show for 1 hour 30 minutes every weekday. The newspaper review just got better, the hot topics even hotter, the lesser segments now deeper. I will be introducing a new one-on-one segment with a very special guest. Join us every weekday on TVC. See you there.
Welcome back, everyone. The conversation is on. Femi is standing, I am sitting. There's a reason why. Yeah. All right, so this administration came on board with the 8-point agenda called the Renewed Hope Agenda. This is 1 year after. Perhaps you want to walk us through what this campaign promises were.
Yes, indeed. You know, President Bola Tinubu campaigned on this Renewed Hope Agenda. And you know, 1 year into his administration, a lot of people are assessing the president on how well he has been able to deliver on all of these promises. 8 points Renewed Hope Agenda. And, you know, the first of this agenda for President Bola Tinubu is food security. And if you remember that in the early days of President Bola Tinubu's administration, before he even appointed his cabinet, he declared a state of emergency on food security. That was announced by Mr. Dele Alake, who was then the SA to the president on media and communications. I know in the food security, the president and his administration has also been able to do quite a lot. You spoke with the Minister of State for Agri earlier today. You know, he talked about the development or achievement in this food security sector to include agricultural revolution, the fertilizer initiative, extension services, the farm to table initiative, the irrigation project, which are some of the things that are very important, especially for farmers. And you know, it has helped them do both rainy and dry season farming.
I found that the nomenclature also changed from Ministry of Agriculture and Rural
Food
Development.
Security.
Food security,
yes.
And the Minister of State did mention about plans to go into farming like hydroponics, because that's the future. We can't afford to be waiting for dry season to expire before we can plant.
Yeah.
And hopefully in the coming year, perhaps we're going to see some establishment in this regard.
Another important thing is the agricultural credit scheme.
Yeah.
This gives farmers access to loans. They can buy new seeds, they can buy new farming inputs, farm equipment and all of that to mechanize the whole farming process, and also ensure that their produce or their harvest at the end of the day is it's robust, and of course they get value for their money. So this it's a very critical aspect of President Bola Tinubu's administration. Absolutely. It is one of the focal points of the Renewed Hope Agenda that he campaigned on, and a lot of people are beginning to assess how well the president, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, has been able to deliver on this.
Absolutely. And indeed, the challenge this year is quite big, where you consider the issue of inflation and a fallout of removing fuel subsidy, and the role the Minister of Agriculture had to play, because Mr. President did say 100 billion out of the palliative funds should be used to get some distribution as regards food in the nation's reserve. You recall that earlier in the year, the conversation of how much money lawmakers got, the role the Minister of Agriculture had to play in all of that. So we're looking at, when you talked about agricultural credit scheme, it's indeed powerful, it's very important. We must take a cue from what the Niger State government is doing in that regard to ensure that farmers are empowered, get mechanized as quickly as possible to be able to find.
Let's talk about the food reserve program.
Absolutely.
You remember when there was food shortage in the country? That was about, I would say about 3-4 months ago, when the federal government had to give directive, President Tinubu had to give directive for grains to be released from the strategic reserve. The hunger was widespread in the land. We even had people, hoodlums, breaking into warehouses, stealing grains, stealing food items, intercepting bags of rice on their way from the farm, in some cases, to the warehouses. But all of that is behind us.
I raised that up with the Minister of State of Agriculture. He did mention that they gave out about 58,000 bags of rice, and the impact was that in a way was able to bring down, the price of.
Yes,
I don't know what it is today.
Yes, I don't know what it is today, but they've been able to considerably bring down the bag of rice. Another focal point of this renewed hope agenda is poverty alleviation. And you recall that even the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, that used to be the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, is now known as the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Because President Bola Tinubu believes that he says his administration is here to eradicate poverty, and the programs introduced by his administration, he believes that some of these programs, when properly implemented, will implement this poverty and economically empower people who are disadvantaged and deprived, provide them with opportunities and access to funds. These social welfare programs, we had an issue with the social register, but the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs now came to tell us that, they have been able to sort all of that. They have been able to capture more Nigerians in the social register so that they can directly reach out to them to provide them with small loans, credit facilities, and all of that.
It sounded strange and quite funny to hear that governors were asking for a new social register because the initial one was a product of what they all sat down and decided to use. I remember speaking with someone who talked about how much money was spent to have come up with that social register and a lot of research that went into it. But I think this is the ministry that was rocked with allegations of corruption.
Yes, indeed, and the minister, the minister had to be suspended. That investigation is still ongoing. The president directed the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to look into that. And the last time we had the director of public affairs of the EFCC in TVC, he said that investigation is still ongoing as we speak, and as soon as that is concluded, a report will be presented to Mr. President.
The question has also been, how long will it take the anti-graft agency to look into this issue? And we need some closure in that regard, and that's one thing I believe quite a number of people are looking onto this administration for.
Yes, indeed. Closure. Nigerians need that closure, and considering how poverty is a big deal in Nigeria,
absolutely,
a large population of the country are living below the poverty line, and for a ministry that is supposed to tend to the affairs of Nigerians who are poor, to be caught in that web of corruption and all of that, speaks to how corruption also has eaten deep into the fabric of the country. But for President Bola Tinubu, to order an investigation and also suspend the minister at that time, also increased the approval rating of the government, also showed the president zero tolerance for corruption. But how long that investigation will take, I think the anti-graft agencies are in the best position to answer that. Yes, and then, economic growth. This administration told us that, they inherited a bad economy. Look at where we're coming from. Even looking at the twilight of the President Muhammad Buhari's administration, that transition period, how difficult it became for Nigerians to even feed, or even to even access their money, and even go to the bank, access their money, and go to the market and do basic purchases. This was a huge problem, and it also affected the stats of this President Bola Tinubu administration. This was a major issue for them. They had to deal with issues of the unification of the naira, and eventually the federal government was able to inaugurate the Economic Council. This council is expected to advise President Bola Tinubu on economic issues, guide him in taking economic decisions that will be in the overall interest of Nigerians.
Femi, two decisions they say, marked the Tinubu administration in the early days of his presidency. First was that statement that subsidy no longer exists, is gone, and then the unification of the exchange rate. We've seen the Naira gain value and lose it over the month, and that's a bone of contention. Some have said that perhaps the CBN has to be more deliberate in its policy. Quite a number of people got excited when we saw Naira gain value, but it seems that there is still more work to be done.
Yes, indeed, there's still more work to be done, because that galloping forex, affects a lot of economic issues. It rubs off on the entire economy. People who, Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports. Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports, and we have to go import goods to come sell in Nigeria, and this affects the price, and also raises the price in the local market, and also even some goods and services that are not imported, even the prices had to be jacked up. Absolutely. And Nigerians, bore the brunt of all of this. This drastically reduced the purchasing power of Nigerians. Job creation also from manufacturing, the digital economy, which is doing quite well, creating jobs for all. The Minister of the Digital Economy has also been quite innovative in his approach to all of this. There's also the NATEP creation, that would also ensure that Nigerians are able to, Nigerian jobs are exportable.
We have the Minister of Trade and Investment lined up for tonight. Yes, she'll probably be answering
she's going to explain that. And the government is also saying that they are doing so much to reduce unemployment. This job creation is also one focal point of President Bola Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda. Also, part of the Renewed Hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu's administration, which is 1 year in office, is the equitable access to capital. This capital is both for businesses, for housing, like the CEO of FHA, the Federal Housing Authority, just told us. For farmers, also inclusive, just a whole gamut of sectors to ensure that they all have access to capital, and even capital market access and development resources and the non-aligned movement. These are some of the key points in the...
they said that they've been able to get about $30 billion.
Yes, $30 billion foreign direct investment.
One of the questions I'm looking forward to ask the minister tonight is, what's the difference between commitment and actual investment? And what's the distance, that this administration has between... Because we saw Mr. President take a lot of foreign trips in his first 100 days in office. And we're beginning to ask the question, how much impact has that brought?
Well, we have even seen actual investment, the lithium battery plant in Nasarawa State. We have seen some kind of commitment. We have seen some investors actually come on ground and begin to set up in real time. And this has also had a multiplier effect in terms of creating jobs and improving the local economy. But Nigerians are asking for more of that, because what we have now is still like a drop of water in an ocean. Also, inclusivity is one important thing for President Bola Tinubu's administration. He's been able to empower women. And if you also look at his cabinet, if you look at the demography of his cabinet, he's been able to bring on more women, have more female representation in his cabinet.
The women are asking more. I don't think I don't think we're doing well enough.
But there's still
Rwanda has achieved about 50% gender inclusion on the cabinet, an elective position. Yes. So, the president is known to empower young, and so
we also had the Ministry of Youth was also separated from the Ministry of Sport and Youth Development. So we now have the Ministry of Youth saddled with supervising or ensuring the welfare of youth in Nigeria in terms of access to job, access to finance, and all other issues that affect young people in Nigeria, and also economic inclusion to ensure that no sector, no demographic part of the country is excluded from economic development and all of that. And also the social protection. We have seen bills and executive orders signed by President Bola Tinubu to engender inclusion. Also, the rule of law. This is quite huge. President Bola Tinubu has also been talking about the rule of law, ensuring that his administration adheres strictly to the rule of law. Absolutely. We have also seen court orders have been respected by President Bola Tinubu's administration.
Even though, as at today, I think, was it today or yesterday, the Chief Justice of Nigeria summoned the...
Yeah, summoned two judges from Kano State.
Conflicting
orders. Yes, indeed. That again is a problem.
That is problem.
But thankfully, we are having the Attorney General of the Federation step up to the plate. Indeed. In the past, we see this kind of issues happen, and they are just allowed to slide. But it's a good thing that, we're seeing him step up. So it's showing that political will to sanitize the process.
Indeed. Well, fantastic analysis, Femi. Thank you for reminding us all of the things Mr. President talked about 2023, and I'm sure this is one thing that Nigerians will be counting on and watching how far it's gone. We're taking you now to Plateau State, where supporters and party faithful across the 17 council areas trooped out to celebrate 1 year in office of Governor Caleb Mutfwang, a man they describe as a performer. The governor seems not to be pleased, however, with his achievements in 1 year. He says he's now fired up to achieving the Great Jos City Master Plan as permitted by the existing town planning law. Jos, the Plateau State capital, we saw today wearing a new look following the state government's efforts in aligning the state with the Great Jos City Master Plan.
We always want to see our people prosper and progress. I therefore want to appeal to all Plateau people that there is a town planning law, and laws are made for the safety of all of us. When buildings are erected anyhow, it constitutes a hazard to human health, and as a responsible government will not watch and see how those kind of misapplications of the land use is done. If anybody has a legitimate complaint that is within the confines of law, he will bring it up for us to see, and we'll be able to look at it.
All right, let's turn to Plateau State. Musa Asham is the Commissioner for Information and Communication. Mr. Asham, thank you for joining us on the program. Plateau had to deal with quite a number of challenges, especially insecurity in the early days of Governor Mutfwang's administration. Walk us through what he's been able to achieve through all these. We'll get back to Mr. Asham, I believe, but Plateau is quite unique in that regard. Mr. Asham, are you there?
I'm here, Nifemi. Nifemi and Femi Akonde, I'm here.
Mr. Asham, please go ahead. I was asking what you think Mr. Governor has been able to achieve through the challenges he had in the area of insecurity in the past 1 year.
And we want to thank Almighty God for the opportunity bestowed on His Excellency, Barrister Caleb Manasseh Mutfwang, to lead Plateau at this particular point in time. You have to permit me, we have
we probably will work on that connection with Mr. Ashams, but Plateau, Femi, as you know, I remember speaking with the governor a couple of times, quite passionate about development in this area, but we've had some troubling challenges in Plateau State. I think, amazingly, one of the places where this insecurity was rife is his own hometown, where he came from. He was a former commissioner in that regard. Mr. Ashams, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Nifemi.
We lost you for a bit. Please go ahead.
Okay, the governor was a former chairman of Mangu local government.
Absolutely.
Yes, we want to thank the Almighty God for the opportunity bestowed on His Excellency. The captain of the time is now. The leader of the land is green, for leading Plateau State in the last 1 year. We've had our challenges just like any other venture. We've had our hurdles, but we are able to cross them, God helping us. The security challenge was a temporary setback. We're hoping that in the future going forward, it's going to be a thing of the past. We're only going to refer back and say we give God all the glory. His Excellency, within the last 1 year that our people have given him this mandate, even though technically you will say we became governor on the 12th of January 2024, because that was the day that the Supreme Court declared the mandate that we got. There were distractions from litigations and all of that, but that didn't deter us from giving our people the dividends of democracy. You can see what is happening to the Greater Jos Master Plan, because we cannot just allow our city to grow on its own. There must be deliberate plan to make it beautiful. Jos has the clement weather, the scenic background, and the natural aesthetics. And as a government, we will not just fold our arms and watch our city become something else. You remember Morocco in Lagos and all those places? So we're transforming the city. Today, we had our first train ride for a long time, for the first time in a long time. Those of us that are a bit below 40 and those above 40 and below 40 have never had a train ride in their lives. But as a government, we are doing a test run, and we've given our people the opportunity to join these trains for free, so that they can move from Jos to Bukuru, which is about 18 kilometers. And not long ago, we launched our metro buses, 15 of them. And for every trip, Plateau citizens pay only about 200 naira. It doesn't matter the length or the journey. All you need to do is to pay 200 naira for that. And agriculture, which is one of the strongest points that we are harping on as a government, in the last 1 year, we've distributed over 240 trucks of fertilizer. For the first time in a long time, fertilizer got to every polling unit on the plateau. We made sure that every polling unit got at least 40 bags. That is not to say that was the only distribution of fertilizer as far as Plateau State is concerned. And we've gone into partnership with the African Development Bank to have agri processing zone at the Haipang area where you have the airport and it's not far from the rail track and not far from the main road that takes you to Central and Southern Plateau. So as a government, we are very, very serious about that.
All right.
We've even taken our youth to SCC farm along Kefe Abuja Expressway, 20 from each local government, which will give you 340 youths to go learn agricultural skills. Because we have the fertile land, we have the clement weather, there are fruits that you can only get on the plateau as far as Nigeria is concerned. There are food again that you don't get them elsewhere. 40% of the Irish potato produced in Nigeria is produced here on the plateau. And as a government, we want to check the number. All the wrong indices that we used to have in the past, we want to change that narrative. And you remember, during the palliative sharing, a civil society organization rated us as #1, as the most transparent state as far as the palliative was concerned. When the federal government intervened, we made sure we had stakeholders meeting, calling people not minding their creed, not minding their religion, not minding their political affiliation or alignment, to sit down and negotiate on how to share these goods. And at the end of the day, the people that were in need got the necessary assistance. So as a government, we have done well, because if a lizard falls from an Iroko tree, it needs to pat itself at the back and say, yes, I've done well. And as a government, we give God all the glory. We've done our part, and we thank God. 1 year has been wonderful, and just like I told you, we just had our first train ride today, and our people are enjoying free ride. Our people are now becoming metropolitan like Lagos, where you have blue line, red line. So you mustn't go to Lagos before you have that kind of experience. So on the plateau, we're bringing Lagos to plateau. We wouldn't want our people to go to Abuja, and it's new entirely. Because from just to Abuja, it's less than 300 kilometers. And you can see that we have resurfaced and reconstructed roads within the Jos Bukuru metropolis. If you come, you will see that we're in a new look, and our people are giving God all the glory. For Barrister Caleb Manasseh Muftuan.
At least, thank God you survived falling from the tree as a lizard. Commissioner for Information and Communication, we're going to continue this conversation subsequently. We wish Mr. Mutfwang's administration well and sustained peace on the plateau. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you. God bless Plateau State.
And God bless Nigeria. Well, as President Bola Tinubu's administration clocks 1 year, senior correspondent Sharon Jackson takes a look at the plight of the Nigerian worker, as well as prospects of improved quality of life.
It's President Bola Tinubu's 1 year in office. On the 29th of May 2023, President Tinubu announced the removal of fuel subsidy during his inaugural speech.
No provision is there for fuel subsidy. the fresh subsidy is gone.
Though the budget signed into law by the previous government did not capture payment of subsidy for petrol, the effect on the masses and the working people is enormous. This is because the removal of petrol subsidy led to the rise in prices of goods and services, which has tripled in the last 1 year.
So many things that the government can do to assist the masses, to make sure the masses get it right. One of the things as regards this electricity is to make our refineries functioning very well.
Workers have been pushed to the back end, that our patience as to government policies and programs has been overstretched. So therefore right now we have no place to go than to resist these economic policies.
During his first year in office, President Tinubu announced various interventions to cushion the impact on citizens. These include 35,000 Naira monthly wage award for workers, release of grains as palliatives, which was replicated at state and local government levels, as well as approval of rollout of CNG-powered vehicles in the country. Others are Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative Stakeholders Engagement, which promised 25,000 jobs for Nigerian technicians across the country, as well as the launch of the Labor Employment Enhancement Program to provide workers with essential tools to succeed in the digital era.
The way things are, we only congratulate him and we pray that he should do more and make sure that he brought life to Nigerians. To me, where we are today is not where we are about 3 or 4 years ago. Yes, government is a continuity, as they say, but the life that all of us are passing through is uncalled for. And you know, Nigeria mentality, whatever that goes up doesn't come down in Nigeria, except the aircraft.
In 1 year of President Tinubu's administration, his appointed Minister of Labour, Simon Lalong, resigned to take a seat at the Senate as the senator representing Plateau South Senatorial District on the platform of the All Progressive Congress. He was declared winner of the 25th February 2023 senatorial election on the 7th of November by the Court of Appeal.
For many of the Nigerian workers, they want the federal government and the minimum wage negotiating team to announce a new national minimum wage in good time. For them, this will mean they might earn a living wage. Sharon Ijason, TVC News.
Thanks for staying with us, everyone. Industry, trade, and investment is key to development for any nation. We're asking the question, how has this ministry fared in the past 1 year? Doris Uzoka Anita is the Honorable Minister of this ministry. She joins us live in the studio. We know it's been a long day. Thank you for coming. So we're going to make it brief, right?
Thank you.
Have you seen your report card?
Not yet.
So you've been talking about this $30 billion investment commitment in 1 year. Where did it come from and where's the money?
Thank you for having me in the studio and glad to be here.
We're here now so you can look at us.
First year anniversary of Mr. President.
Indeed.
30 billion commitments from all over the world, especially from India. India committed about 16 billion, 8 billion from Indorama, 1.5 billion has come in. That commitment came in for the building of their fertilizer expansion. We've given them the license for their free zone to be able to build and to export more. And you know the commitment is over a period of 8 years. So when you hear commitments, usually it's over a period. So this is what they will say, that they will come in to invest over a period until the factory is fully built up and they're ready to export or they're ready to sell to the market.
So many of these commitments would take time before Nigerians can begin to feel its impact, right?
Not really, not necessarily. For in the case of Indorama and some of the companies within the free zone, they're already here, situated. So now the commitment is an expansion plan for these companies. We even have local industries like Maersk, MBC, the Coca-Cola, and Unilever, all of them committing to expand their investments in Nigeria. They're already here. So with that commitment, it means that they can hire more people immediately, even if it's in the construction. Let's say you're building a fertilizer plant, for example, you're going to be building, hiring welders, construction. So you're going to see a massive boost of jobs. That is already ongoing. So, but then it's eventually when it's completed, you then start hiring administrative staff and the other white collar staff. But immediately, what you see is a boom in job creation.
What's in for? Sorry, Femi, I know you want to. But
go ahead.
What's in here for Nigerians? Are we monitoring the modality? You know, when foreigners come to kickstart businesses here, how do we ensure that it really benefits our people and they don't take advantage of us?
There's no money that comes in that won't benefit our people.
I'm talking about employment basis now, for instance.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, most expatriates won't come in with the full cohort. We have cheaper labor here. That alone is a major attraction for investment. We're going to South Korea next week. Our major purpose for going is to speak to the South Koreans who are already doing a lot of trading businesses here. We use Samsung, we use Hyundai cars, Kia, we use LG. A lot of their products are being used there. And we want them to come and invest in building their assembly plants here, because this is where their market really is. So the benefits to Nigerians is immediate. You have a savings in your FX. So there's import substitution, and there's also earning from exporting some of these products, because we're also taking advantage of our dominance in the West African trade corridor, as well as our ascension into the African continental free trade area. Making Nigeria's manufacturing a low-cost manufacturing is my priority. We must be the manufacturing hub for, if not the whole of Africa, but at least for West Africa. Yeah. So the impact is immediate. We see it, and we benefit immediately from it.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you said India has already shown about $16 billion investment. Now my question is, what sectors are generating or are getting the most interests?
So far, I think it's been more in the oil and gas and petrochemical and steel, also steel sector. We've seen a lot of interest also for steel, and then general manufacturing, and then IT. You know, the ITs, they usually come into incubation hubs, so they come in when there's a capital call. We think that we can actually mobilize a whole lot, through IT. We're going to sign an MOU in China for $10 billion equivalent. That's almost about 9 billion euros for green hydrogen. And that's one area of investment that's coming in. So when you pull all of this, you see that why we're telling you 30 billion. It's actually much more than that. There are some investment commitments that have come in chunk, that because I am not yet finished my due diligence on them, I can't even begin to announce them. But the ones that are here that I know we are there to sign MOUs, I can see that the expansion plan is clear. And some of these are already existing industries. Those are the ones that we are mentioning. Modalities for tracking. These companies are here. They come to us with the NIPC, the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council. Usually, we have the one-stop shop. So they usually come in for some of the incentives that we've promised them. And so this is how we can actually track and monitor some of the things that they're doing. But we're not stopping there. So now, for us to even monitor the job creation that these industries are promising Nigerians, well, that's the reason why we actually built the Renewed Hope Job Center. So that we have told all of them coming in, both the new ones, the startups, the old existing ones who are expanding, or those who are losing staff or need to have staff replacement, place your job vacancies on this platform. Let Nigerians know that these jobs are actually being created by this administration, and let them take advantage, because if the enabling environment wasn't laid out by the president, we wouldn't even have the investment opportunities that are coming in. He opened up the investment opportunities and said, hey, whole world, come in and invest. So now, so far, we just started the pilot. We've hired 4,000 people placed across different industries. Now imagine when we really roll it out nationwide, the number of jobs that we can actually match that we can actually showcase to Nigerians that we've created.
Absolutely.
And so this is why what we're doing to track that investment opportunity. And of course, in terms of the economic benefits, you're going to see that. You're going to see a whole lot of price reduction because there's more competition in the market. You're going to see FX growing, either because we're not utilizing FX to import what we are building or what we are manufacturing, or because we are actually exporting and earning FX revenue from our exports.
Yeah, Honorable Minister, you talked about President Bola Tinubu's administration creating that enabling environment, the ease of doing business. I've listened to President Bola Tinubu when he was in Netherlands, when he was in Germany, even in Saudi Arabia. He told these foreign investors that he's going to remove all bottlenecks in the way of their investment. Now tell us, what are some of these bottlenecks that the president has been able to eliminate so far in 1 year?
So we look at soft infrastructure. Then you now talk about hard infrastructure. But most of the bottlenecks are usually in the soft infrastructure. The delay in processing licenses, in giving you authorization to proceed, processing even visa to come in. Last week at FEC, the president inaugurated a 3-man committee with myself and the Minister of Interior to unlock that bottleneck itself, make sure that we can now, visitors can apply.
48 hours?
Even less than 48 hours. And some people can even come in visa-free. Why can't we even give visa-free opportunities to especially certain investors that we know are coming here for genuine businesses? That's a bottleneck that we're removing. With so many bottlenecks. In my ministry alone, we are processing, checking again the process for exports. Is it really working? Can we remove some of these bottlenecks in trade facilitation? Just imagine, by having the one-stop shop for export, and we are bringing in all agencies in one place to certify our goods for export and issue the documentation, you've removed at least 30 days of wait time for an exporter, and plus the antecedent costs and all of that, and you package everything, we make sure that it's standardized. You've also reduced the export rejection that would have come if that facility wasn't there. We are about to flag off our one-stop shop within 3 months we'll start. So we are systematic in how we are addressing those bottlenecks. And like I said, I mean, there's so many in different ministries and agencies that you go in. The mandate is there to make sure that the foreign investors or the investments are protected. See what the CBN is doing. That's a major bottleneck and red tape that he's removed. Making sure that the FX subsidy is removed. There's one single rate for FX. It's cleared the backlog, improving investor confidence and showcasing to investors. Yesterday we were with some investors that came to see His Excellency, and they told His Excellency that we are so happy because now we have even been able to remit some dividend back home. We are now showing to our investors that repatriation is possible. Repatriation was never stopped. There were some market structures that were difficult, that were removed by this president. So there's so many more that we can highlight.
What update do we have now on the MOU signed to outsource about 50,000 jobs from the US?
Oh yeah. So that one, we signed the MOU. So we have started certifying the business processes, the business offices that we house the outsourced jobs across different areas in the country. But we decided, okay, let's start with some pilot states. Port Harcourt, Kano, Kaduna, Lagos State, Imo State. We find out some of those centers that are ready. So you have to start with the pilot and then we begin. And then looking for the talent itself. We have the website is open. A lot of people have applied. So you now find out what is their skill level and what is the skill gap that they have and what sort of training that they need to meet up with the requirement of the job. So that is ongoing and people have started applying. We started certifying the BPO centers and they're ready to go.
Is there a time frame to this?
Oh, within 5 years.
Within 5 years?
Within 5 years, all those jobs. So it's a gradual, we are building, it's a green area for us as well. We're a startup in the BPO business in Nigeria, so you need to kind of incubate it. Some businesses have done it successfully. We're also learning their models and seeing how to replicate the same thing nationally.
And we hear you're planning an investment summit, right?
Yes, we are.
How soon will that be and what's the modality?
September ending, we're planning, and we would communicate the exact date. And so that investment summit is going to be a major activity for this administration.
Will it be here in Nigeria?
Oh yes, in Nigeria here. We haven't decided what location would be because we also need to make sure that it's convenient for all parties. We're expecting investors across different sectors of the economy, from different countries, fund managers, the funders, those providing the investment opportunities, companies themselves who are ready to take up investment. So it's going to be a major 2-3 days affair.
Indeed.
We will have the deal room where we see deals being made. We'll also have opportunities for our SMEs to showcase what they're doing. We have meeting rooms for us to meet with these investors, answer their questions. So we are defining the modalities, and once it's ready, we will be communicating that to everyone. So all I can say is keep your September free and get ready. Nigeria is open for business.
$3.5 million. That's what you said the federal government has invested, right?
No, we've attracted.
No, I'm talking about the textile and apparel industry.
Yes.
Yeah, but are you concerned about importation of fabrics?
No, we're not.
Does it affect anything?
No. Well,
because even the local fabrics we hear are not manufactured here in Nigeria. Many of them.
No, they're not. Our textile factories have all closed down. It's not a good thing. It's been closed for a number of years. The gineries in the north are not working. The cotton farmers have stopped farming. They don't have access to the right seeds to farm, the right technology. And most of our factories, the textile factories, have old equipment. And for us to compete, we must revamp the whole sector. And so luckily we have 3.5 billion right now on our, it's not that it's coming, it's here. So we're just finalizing the modalities to sign a multi-party MOU with the federal government, the state government, the cotton farmers, the textile association, providers of fund, and then define the modalities and the policies that will come with this. The money is ready. Most of it is coming from Afrexim Bank and their private partner, Arise IIP. That money is ready to catalyze the whole value chain. And then we know it's not enough. What we actually need in that sector is about $9 to $10 billion. But 3.5 is an anchor investment that has come in. And so now we will now open up to have more investment coming. And there's a lot of investors already, even among the domestic investors who are ready, invested a lot in the cotton and the CTG, cotton, textile and garment industry, to take advantage of the policy that we are going to come up with, that will be announced to Nigerians to also see how to key into this vision. It's a holistic plan that will take into consideration everyone. And what is the end product? We will start exporting. So we can now attract the real retail chains, the sports chains, everything. So we can now export our own made in Nigerian fabrics, made here, from cotton to fashion. So farm to fashion, that's what we tagged it. Farm to fashion. When you farm, and that also includes the leather industry for the shoe apparel, the handbags. We have lots of clusters. The area market, they are known for shoes.
It sounds good.
Yeah, so, but your question really is around importation.
Yes.
When this is stable and it's stabilized, then we can now take a look at why we're importing.
There's a question of when.
Oh yes, it's right now we're signing the MOU.
Okay.
It takes a while. We think that within 24 months, the entire sector will be catalyzed because we need to build the industries, we need to farm, we need to get everybody ready and equipped, even the pesticides to use. The Ministry of Agriculture is also involved with training of extension workers. So it's a multi-party engagement. And we think that within 24 months, we can now begin to show. And like I was saying, once you produce, your cost is cheap and effective, there's no need to import, really. So that would take care of that importation question that you asked about.
Other ways are for some investors now, both domestic and foreign, who are already in Nigeria doing business, maybe setting up factories and all of that. Some of them might need to carry out some kind of maintenance on equipment or buy new equipment, and they will need Forex. How accessible, what kind of access to Forex do they have, and what's the ministry doing to ensure that it's made easier for this category of people?
So for Forex, everything is wholly within the control of the central bank. They control the monetary policy. Where the Ministry of Investment, Industry, Trade and Investment come in is to ensure that the Forex is even available. It's the activities of the exporters that bring in the forex. And if you notice, what we're doing now is streamlining the exports process. We are streamlining the exports process for oil and gas to ensure that whatever you export, you actually repatriate it back. And so we are automating that whole sector to make sure there's even availability of FX. We're doing the same thing in the non-oil export to ensure that when you also export, you're bringing it back. And we're working in collaboration with the central bank and other agencies, customs, NEPC, everybody coming in together to ensure that that process works. That's to bring in FX. Now, on the other area of availability, now that's what the central bank is ensuring, that the banks make sure that selling to manufacturers is an open market. Buyer, seller matching themselves and picking up. So they're doing a whole lot of job. We've seen the work that they're doing in that regard. Then the third part is in the encouragement of imports for machinery, for production. And that's why we're giving the import duty exemption certificate. So for anybody who's importing machinery for production, they come to us, we issue them the IDEC. IDEC is short form for Import Duty Exemption Certificate, that will make a recommendation to the Ministry of Finance to drop the duties on importation of machinery. So it's at 0%. So any machinery you're bringing in is at 0% duty, because we know it's for productive purpose. We'll make the money back when you start to pay us VAT. VAT is value added tax. So, but it's not a problem. All of those things are part of the incentives that the government has in promoting industrialization.
Okay, it's 1 year of the Bola Tinubu administration, and we know the mantra for that administration, renewed hope. Why should Nigerians keep hopes alive and keep faith in this administration?
First of all, hope is the currency or the lifeblood of every human being. If you don't have hope of what you're going to do, even in the next 5-10 minutes, you're probably going to lose hope in living. Faith in the administration is a no-brainer. Your leader is your leader. Your president is your president. This administration is the driver of the growth that it has promised to give to you. You must keep faith with them. You must have hope that the leaders will do what they said they would do. And that's why I'm here in your studio telling you what I've been doing. Every other minister has spoken at some point about what they've been doing. You see and you track what we're doing. We are open to feedback. We receive feedback also from the citizens and say, okay, this is what the pinpoint is for us. We look at how we can make that pinpoint work, how we can reduce the pinpoint so that we can move forward. Right. That's why we're coming up with so many policies. They must have hope in their leader. They must pray for our president and for the administration so we can think right, so we can work well. And they must cooperate with us. They must support us. At this point, let me even talk again. Last time I was in your studio, I know I mentioned and I called out the role of press, the role of social media. It's not the press that's in social media, but this is about time that Nigerians begin to also promote their own country. I have never seen any other country where their citizens are abusing their country. When the investors want to come in and they go to social media and they see comments, negative comments, or they go to your newspaper headlines and they see negative comments, they're not going to come in. Because
you're driving a nexus between the image of the country and the potential businesses that can come in. I hear you carefully, but I wanted to quickly touch on, before we let you go, touch on price monitoring drive, because I know you mentioned about the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. With inflation comes the need to pay attention to this. So what are we doing in this regard?
Okay, so if you check the components of what makes up that price that you see in the market, you see production costs, human resource, there's fixed costs, variable costs, plus other costs that you didn't even anticipate that will come in. So those are standard costs that you put into your business. But some businessmen take advantage of whatever they find in the environment, especially when there's no regulation, to price gouge. So when their cost is, say, 100 naira, they claim that their cost is 500 naira, pass that over to consumers. That's criminal. So instead of paying for what you're buying at 100 naira, you're paying at 600 naira. It's criminal. And the role of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission is to ensure that those criminal activities do not happen. It's their mandate, consumer protection. Protect consumers both in terms of quality and value, and also value is where price is. Am I paying the right price for the right quality? You must protect your consumers. So the price monitoring app is to give the consumers an opportunity to self-report prices that they're seeing in the market, so that other consumers can participate in checking some of these price gouging practices of some manufacturers. Now, talking about inflation, so when I talked about cost of production, that is where government is now playing another role, in addition to also ensuring that the traders, the marketers are selling at the right price. What is government doing to support manufacturing to produce at a cheaper cost? This is where the CNG initiative of Mr. President comes in. If you can transport your good at a cost that is right, your price will not go high. I gave an example of a basket of onions, even vegetables in the north, is 5 times more cheaper than what it is in the south. It's 10,000 naira in Kano, 70,000 naira in Enugu, and in Lagos State. It's in the market, so there is no other production that is going, production cost of inputs going in. So it's already in the market. Just to lift it from here to here, the difference is in transportation. When you ask the transporters, they'll tell you, oh, diesel is at this price, is at that price. But the CNG is 5 to 6 times cheaper than the, and CNG is now being priced in Naira. It's cheaper than diesel that is indexed at the dollar rate, and also subject to availability of FX. So now we are pushing now, working with the major associations, the financiers, to push to see how we can convert all trucks, all trailers, all commercial vehicles that are moving goods from one place to another. An average cost of moving goods from Kano to Lagos State is between 1.6 million to 2 million naira, depending on where you're moving it from. How much quantity of onions or tomatoes will you put in that truck that will give you 2 million naira? So by the time you put your potatoes, your tomatoes, that's probably the total value is about 500,000 naira. And to make up to the 2 million that you're paying plus your profit margin is the reason why the cost is going up. If you can drop that cost of transportation, you see that inflation will start, food inflation will start coming down. Then on the productive side, the manufacturing side, we're now going towards, encouraging those in clusters to have distributed power using CNG. So everybody now uses their diesel generating sets. Convert your diesel generating sets to gas. It's cheaper. It's 5-6 times cheaper. Or instead of even buying your own gas, have one power company that is providing you power within your cluster. He buys the same gas that you're buying, the same quantity, but because it's distributed power, it's also distributed cost. So you are not even reducing your cost far below, maybe another 5-6 times again, below what you would have been incurring if you were producing your own power yourself. Now we're championing that drive, and you're going to see us rolling out this initiative across all industrial clusters to ensure that we reduce the cost of production and the cost of logistics. And that is one thing that we can assure Nigerians will definitely reduce the inflation that we are seeing.
Absolutely.
You pay the same price to move your raw materials to your factory. Pay the same price to move the same finished product from your factory. So you're paying that increased transportation cost 2 to 3 times. Even your workers are paying excessive transport fares to come to work. So everything you carry from construction, from the cement, the iron rod, the chippings, everything is priced at this high because of the dependence on diesel. So if we begin now to convert and encourage people to convert to CNG and try to enforce it, you see that the cost of things that we buy in the market.
The nationwide deployment began today. The onus still lies on government also to ensure that the conversion workshops, are established across the country to encourage participation. We understand that the private sector is warming up to the initiative, and hopefully we'll get some good news by the end of the year. But a lot has been said about, okay, we have to round up now. A lot has been said about this administration's commitment to diversify the economy. In a minute, can you talk about the update with NATEP and how this initiative will help?
Okay, so to diversify the economy, so it's making sure diversification of the economy just means you're removing dependency on oil exports to non-oil exports. Now the service area, the service export is one area that we are now actually trying to develop. Well, we're coming up with initiatives with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council on service exports for everything, including your entertainment, music. But for NATEP especially, We talked about earlier on the 50,000 jobs MOU that was signed. That's one of the initiatives from NATEP. The other side is where we have a lot of people, talented people, but can also help to work in other countries. Right. So that they can earn FX and repatriate FX. So the humans themselves are repatriating FX, and the businesses themselves are also helping us to generate FX, additional FX. So the service sector, I think, services export is one area of boom that we're going to see, and we're developing the framework for that.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Darius Ozeka-Nite is Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
And looking forward to so much more improvement in that sector.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break, and then we'll bring you one more interview that will, I'm sure you'll be interested in this.
Yes, that's the Minister of Petroleum Resources in the oil sector.
Yeah. We have to begin to talk about what happened recently with the scarcity of fuel and how much we now pay for the commodity, especially afterwards the removal of fuel subsidy. We'll be back with that and much more. Stay with us, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying with us, everyone.
Well, since President Bola Tinubu assumed office as Nigeria's president and Minister of Petroleum and Natural Resources, the Nigeria oil and gas sector has witnessed great reforms that have affected the existing state of affairs in the sector.
From the removal of fuel subsidy to the signing of executive orders aimed at enhancing the investment climate of the Nigeria oil and gas sector, it appears all is now set for massive growth in that sector. TVC News Ellen Osamide Akins reports on some of the achievements and expectations from this administration.
No provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
At his inauguration, President Tinubu announced the total removal of fuel subsidy, saying that the scheme has increasingly favored the rich more than the poor.
It's back for Nigeria.
He strongly believes that there is no justification for the ever-increasing costs at a period of dwindling scarce resources. Barely 2 days after the announcement, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited reviewed the pump price of petrol from 189 naira per litre to between 480 and 570 naira per litre, more than 200% increase. Many described this move by President Tinubu as a bold step and a decision previous Nigerian leaders could not take, first by several attempts. President Bola Tinubu signed executive orders aimed at enhancing the investment climate and positioning Nigeria as a leading destination for oil and gas investments in Africa. These orders introduced fiscal incentives for non-associated gas, midstream and deep water developments. They streamlined the contracting process, reducing the cycle to 6 months and adjusted local content requirements to ensure they do not hinder investment or cause competitiveness. This order provides tax incentives, exemptions and remissions for oil and gas companies. Under President Tinubu's administration, Nigeria's oil production increased by 8.7% in January 2024, reaching 1.64 million barrels per day compared to 1.51 million barrels per day in the previous year. This growth reflects efforts to optimize production through improved transparency, collaboration and exploration and production companies, and the adoption of enhanced oil recovery processes. Another achievement of this administration is the mechanical completion and the flash start-up of the country's biggest crude refinery in Port Harcourt. President Tinubu's administration pledged to bring on stream Phase 1 of the Port Harcourt refinery by the end of 2023 and the subsequent streaming of Phase 2 in 2024. In line with this pledge, the administration announced the mechanical completion and the flash start-off on the 20th of December 2023. The Port Harcourt refinery comprises 2 units, with the old plant having a refinery capacity of 60,000 barrels per day and the new plant 150,000 barrels per day, both summing up to 210,000 barrels per day.
We heartily announce the mechanical completion and flare start-up on the 20th of December 2023. This heralds the commencement of production of petroleum products after the Christmas break.
In its quest to deliver gas to provide additional power generation capacity in Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu's administration flagged off the Gwagwalada Independent Power Plant project of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. The Gwagwalada Independent Power Plant project is a 1.350 megawatts combined cycle power plant with auxiliaries and balance of plant situated on 547 hectares of land. The project will generate between $700 million and $800 million annually within the first 10 years of operations.
We cannot tackle poverty and create thousands of jobs, highly paying manufacturing jobs, unless we can generate and transmit and distribute reliable electricity.
The Gwagwalada IPP is among NNPC's flagship power project along the AKK corridor. This is part of the 3,600 megawatt cumulative power capacity, which includes Kaduna IPP of 900 megawatts and Kano IPP of 1,350. They are all work in progress.
This administration midwafted the establishment of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative with the purpose to revolutionize the transportation landscape in the country, targeting over 11,500 new CNG-enabled vehicles and 55,000 CNG conversion kits for existing PMS-dependent vehicles. With 209.5 trillion cubic feet of proven gas reserves, Nigeria ranks 9th in the world among gas-rich countries, but the country is still far away from full utilization of these abundant natural resources for both domestic use and exports. President Tinubu has shown this eagerness to change Nigerians' energy story using the potentials of the gas deposits. On 15th May, the President commissioned 3 gas infrastructure projects in Imo.
Well, let's get more on what's happening in that sector. We're joined by Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Anike Lepobere. Honorable Minister, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, and good evening to Nigerians.
You mentioned that one of the foremost achievements in the past year is the significant increase in production, and that Nigeria remains the leading oil and gas producer in Africa. I thought Libya overtook us some months ago. Which power did you use to change it back?
Well, thank you very much. You know, you recall that when this administration, took over on May 29th, 2023, and I was subsequently appointed as Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Oil, and assumed office. We were producing on the average about 1 million barrels a day. But right now we're doing on the average 1.5 to 1.7 million barrels per day, inclusive of condensate. So we are efficiently, funding our budget as contained in the 2024, Appropriation Act. The important thing to note here is that from time to time, all over the world, even the facilities you have in your house, from time to time you shut down for maintenance. And so the reason why that happened was because we had leakages in some of our facilities. And we also, shut down some of our facilities for routine maintenance. Right now, we
the last report I got before I came here today was that we are doing about 1.5, plus, barrels per day, inclusive of condensate. And the reason why that happened is because there was a leak that was found in one of the Shell facilities, and so it was shut down. ITO also shut down some of, its facilities for routine maintenance. And the reason why, that is done is to avoid environmental, pollution, and it's something that is consistent with, global industry practices. And so, categorically, we can say to Nigerians that between the time, this government came into office and now we have increased production by, 500,000 barrels. We are not where we want to be, but we're certainly, going towards where we want to be. I'm in a situation where by the end of the year we'll be doing about 2.5 million barrels, per day.
Yeah, you said we are not where
inclusive of condensate.
We are not where we want to be, clearly, and that is also partly due to the issue of oil theft. How badly has this particular thing cheated Nigeria from benefiting from these scarce resources?
Yeah, one of the reasons why, we are doing, 1.5 on the average to 1.7 is because the issue of oil theft has been dealt with substantially. And this is, the work of both security agencies and then the civilian security, all working together to see how they can reduce, the issue of oil theft to the barest minimum. Stakeholders also across the Niger Delta have also been, cooperating, with security agencies and with the Minister of Petroleum Resources to ensure that we have peace, and they also provide intelligence as required to enable us, combat the issue of oil theft. There's nowhere where criminality will be completely eliminated. We're still battling with it, but we have reduced it to the barest minimum, and that's one of the reasons why you are also seeing the increase, in production. And our target is that we will increase production. When I became Minister of Petroleum, Minister of State Petroleum, the President had a meeting with me, and he told me that, look, your sole mandate is increase production. If we increase production, that means more revenue, available to government at all tiers of government to enable, government finance its critical infrastructure. And so today, I think that Nigerians, should expect that we are not where we want to be, but certainly we've done, a fairly good job. And the reason why, we have achieved what we achieved is because of the clear directives given to the President, and the President has given us all the support that's needed.
All right.
In this sector,
let us consider some of the recent issues. You were summoned by the House of Reps last month during the thick of the fuel scarcity. What happened, and what are we doing to ensure it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, thank you very much. You will recall that it's been a perennial problem in this country. Every festive period, you see fuel scarcity. But I want you, to do your investigation. As at December last year, there was no fuel scarcity in this country. It didn't happen by accident. It was based on deliberate, plan and hard work on the part of stakeholders, from the ministry to NNPC to NMDPRA, to IPMAN, to DAPMAN, to all stakeholders in industry, working together to ensure that, we don't experience fuel scarcity. With particular reference to, this fuel scarcity you're talking about happened about a month ago or thereabout. It has nothing to do with, the non-availability of products in the country. It has to do with some logistic support, that we didn't get from some quarters. From the report I have available, with me, it suggested that they had a problem getting water vessels. They had a problem getting vessels to transport, refined products from water vessel to the depots. And based on that, there was, some kind of logistic problem, and that was why we had that scarcity. And from time to time, you may see queues, in some filling stations, but please, Nigerians should know that there's no fuel scarcity. The reason why you see that is because in the NNPC filling stations, the price is lower. And because the sector is completely deregulated, now some Nigerians would prefer to buy it at a lower price. Maybe the price sold at the NNPC filling station could be between 50 to 80 naira. And so some people prefer to go and queue, you know, in the NNPC control filling stations to buy at a lower price. That doesn't mean there's fuel scarcity. So when, you know, the House of Reps invited us, we took time to explain to them, to say, look, we have products in the country. The problem we had was logistical. And we have addressed it, and in a few days' time, you know, the fuel queues, you know, were no more.
What were IPMAN members saying at the time, that we're going to stop supplying petrol if federal government doesn't pay outstanding bridging claims to the tune of 200 billion?
Yeah, this issue, you know, has been one of the issues that I've been, you know, dealing with, you know, since I became minister. You know, this money ought not to be provided by federal government. It's supposed to be money collected by NMDPRA from, you know, depot owners, and then pay to transporters to be able to bridge the gap between the cost of transportation to areas that are, you know, pretty far from the point of evacuation. And so what we did the last time was to bring the parties together to do reconciliation. And I'm still waiting for that reconciliation to happen. Once it happens, it's not something that is expected by federal government to pay. It's money that's collected by one government agency. Unless they collect, they can also not pay to IPMAN members. And they understand this point. It's not as if government is owing them, no. A government agency by law is to collect this money from the tank farm owners and then pay to them. So what NMDPR said was that those who were supposed to pay, they haven't paid them. Those who were supposed to pay, they were also saying that, oh, there are reconciliations to be made. So what I did was to bring them together to say, look, do the reconciliation so that we can pay them. So it's not government that is owing them. And I think that reconciliation is going on. Once it is done, you know, they're going to be paid the money. But the point needs to be made that it's not government that's owing them. It's an industry practice where I collect from the depot owners and then I pay to the transporters. Unless the depot owners pay, there will be no money available to pay to the transporters. So what we do as government is to bring the parties together to ensure that we do reconciliation so that they will be paid their money. And that is on course.
Honorable Minister, one significant development in the oil and gas sector in the 1 year of President Tinubu's administration is the signing of an executive order to unlock about $10 billion fresh investment in the oil and gas sector. And according to the President, you know, this executive order streamlines contracting processes, procedures and timelines from 36 months to 6 months.
Yes.
Is this being implemented now, and how has this also caused a turnaround in that sector to unbundle the bottlenecks that has maybe hindered the development in that area?
Well, thank you very much. You know, I want to assure you that, you know, following the executive orders, the investment that we're expecting to announce in this country will be much more than the $10 billion. Before the president even signed the executive order, we've been briefing the president regularly, but we believe that it will make, you know, more meaning if the president puts into executive order. But before then, stakeholders have been brought together, wherein they have agreed to say, look, we need to shorten the contracting cycle, which the president eventually, you know, put into executive order. But the reason why investment wasn't coming into the country was very simple. People had no confidence in Nigeria to invest anymore, and two reasons were basically responsible. First was the PIA took longer than ever to be passed, and based on that, there was no stable governance structure. There was no law people could rely on. Secondly, there were policy inconsistencies. It is still happening today, but we are, you know, resolving those issues. Where today you wake up, there's one policy, tomorrow you wake up, there's another policy. Some of them are not even emanating from the petroleum sector. We're still dealing with it. But following, you know, the emergence of the president as president of Nigeria, the world is beginning to regain confidence. The world is beginning to, you know, have more confidence in Nigeria, and investors are coming. Just this week, I had a meeting with, you know, I don't want to mention the name. I have a meeting with, you know, a group of investors who are going to invest about $10 billion. I also had some of the service, you know, companies They had left this country to come back. The global CEO of Schlumberger was in Nigeria within last week. He paid a courtesy call, and we're assuring them that, look, Nigeria is ready to do business. Our investment climate is now seen as very favorable, and this you can find out, by going on a voyage of discovery. Go to the IOCs, go to the independent players and ask them, what is their confidence in the oil and gas industry? They will tell you that the confidence is very positive. It is back. And that is the reason why, not just that the company is going to invest $10 billion, there's another company that will invest $5 billion, another company will invest $1.6 billion. My target by the end of the year is to ensure that we have investment in excess of $20 billion.
So
when people talk about the announcement in Angola, I told them Angola is small, don't worry. We will very soon be announcing big investment.
I like your optimism. Nigerians are counting on it as well, to see it come to fruition.
Yes, I'm holding me responsible.
Yes, definitely. We'll do that. Is there an update now as to when the refinery in Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna will come on stream?
Well, it's first of all, let's put this matter, in proper perspective. This refinery's rehabilitation program was started by the previous administration. The contracts for the rehabilitation were awarded by the previous administration. We only came to meet it. President Tinubu came to meet it. I came to meet it, when this government came into office. And it's important that, the questions are asked. It's important that Nigerians also get the right answers instead of speculating any further. I know that when I came, the reports available at my disposal suggested that by December, the refinery, particularly the one in Port Harcourt, phase 1, will be in operation. As at December, we announced the mechanical completion. But we haven't started producing, refined products. But what I'm saying is that it will be imperative, for us, to get perhaps the NNPC to speak more on this matter. It will be better. But since they are the people who awarded the contract, since they are the people running the contract, although they report to me, but it's important that Nigerians know the truth. It is important that we invite the NNPC team.
Are there plans to maybe get more refineries, construct more refineries? What's in the offing in terms of refining petroleum products locally? We know of the Dangote, but are there other plans to complement that?
Yes, there are a lot of modular refineries, that are also coming on stream. As I became minister, I've signed a couple of licenses for modular refineries to be established. Some of them 30,000 barrels a day, some of them 50,000 barrels, some of them 10,000 barrels. From the statistics available to me, cumulatively, if you combine those ones together with the 3 refineries owned by federal government, together with the Dangote refinery, there will be a total capacity of about 1.1 million barrels a day. If that is fully completed, we may not need to import any refined petroleum products.
Honorable Minister, we have completely run out of time. We're going to continue this conversation. I'm sure you will come again.
Anytime.
By the way, I hope you passed on your scorecard, for the first year, or is your first 9 months. How did you fare?
Well,
you have not marked your paper.
I think that Nigerians should be the judge. I believe that if we met a production of 1 million barrels and we have increased it to 1.5, we've increased production by 50%.
The thing is that you're not going to mark this paper yourself.
But it's my duty to tell Nigerians the facts.
Minister for Petroleum Resources on Aine Kilokobiri. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
It's always a delight to speak with you.
Indeed. That's our show today, everyone. Amazing, right?
Yes, indeed. It's been a long ride.
It's been a long ride. We wish President Bola Tinubu all the best. And we're also looking forward to the implementation of all of the promises we've had today. We're going to leave you with a documentary that will also shed more light on some of the conversation we've had. From Abuja, I am Nifemi Okuntoye.
I am Femi Akonde.
It's bye for now.
Bye.
Morphine insecticide with its improved formulation kills 100% mosquitoes that spread malaria. So, spread the message of how we can fight to end malaria with Mortein. Mortein, our #1 choice.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Our planet, our home, threatened by man's activities with fears of mass extinction on the rise. On Green Angle, we examine the issues that affect our environment, seek solutions to put us on track to secure and restore a cleaner and greener world for generations to come.
Good morning, Marina Station and all the passengers.
Efficient, it's comfortable.
This development will go a long way in reducing congestion and emission.
The trains are a long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is a major pedestrian bridge linking Oyinbo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call a permanent solution.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every crumbs of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe it's achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where dreams are made and possibilities are endless. I'm Adedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Every major news story is with many perspective and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
"365 days of renewed hope."
In the annals of history, there are moments that define a generation. Moments that stand as testaments to the resilience, ingenuity, and unwavering commitment of a people united in pursuit of a vision to build a great nation.
Now is the time.
We may receive the inspiration
that the right atmosphere now exists.
We bear witness to such moments as we reflect on the past 365 days of a renewed hope.
Tinubu Bola Ahmed of the APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
This is a serious mandate. I hereby accept it.
Yet, in the face of rejoicing, we are reminded of the harsh realities of time, of the humongous task ahead, the needs, desires, dreams, and aspirations of the people.
Baba Jagaban, muna so taimako ka taimake mu.
Kí ìjọba tuntun yìí kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́, kó ràn Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́, kó lè dáa fún gbogbo wa.
In response to this, we know that harsh decisions have to be taken, and from the first day in office, we took the bull by the horn.
No provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
It was one of the boldest decisions ever taken by a president, knowing full well the hard times and criticisms that will follow, yet committed to making courageous decisions in the interest of the nation. The audacious Mr. President made this announcement knowing that the removal of subsidy will free allocations which can be channeled to improve infrastructure, roads, education, health services, power, security, job creation, development of the downstream sector, improve our GDP growth, and clamp down on foreign exchange shortages, amongst other notable benefits.
He is fearless. He is very bold in making a policy that he thinks it is good for the people. That is why when he came into office, the problem that we were having for so many years, and that was taking a lot of our resources, that was the oil subsidy. He was bold enough to remove oil subsidy.
Past president had toyed with the idea of subsidy removal, but I think that the courage to do so was to a large extent lacking. But if that had not been done, our economy would have been run aground.
The indebtedness that we met on ground was like a very big hole, almost impossible to fill. In fact, whenever we looked at the challenges, he said, no, I campaigned for it, I danced for it, I'm prepared to face the challenges.
We are going through the throes of the restructuring that Mr. President is putting in place. These are necessary restructuring. If we don't do it, Nigeria will continue to postpone the doomsday. But we can't afford to do that because we have children, we have grandchildren, and we must leave a legacy of enduring polity, society, progressive one, developed one for them. So we must make the sacrifices today for Nigeria's better tomorrow.
He's a national leader, and the evidence is the way he won the last presidential election. And you could see clearly that his votes across all segments of the country.
First of all, when we came on board on 21st of August 2023, we had the retreat and Mr. President on his My High Impact 11, he said, for FCT, we have to key on the priority 5 and 6. Priority 5 and 6 has to talk about infrastructure. Priority 6 has to talk about education, health, and other social services. So we are given a mandate to make sure that, look, all projects must be completed.
The president's vision is to create a 1 trillion economy, grow the GDP by at least 7% annually for the next 8 years, and create jobs.
Our mandate is to ensure that the solid minerals becomes the real economic jugular of Nigeria in no distant future.
And our specific goal is to mobilize domestic revenue to fund Renewed Hope agenda.
Yeah, the mandate is very simple. Making sure that there is domiciliation, of the Renewed Hope agenda of Mr. President.
To manage and supervise the aviation industry and its parastatals. And of course, to give it a new vision, a new direction for the benefits of Nigerians as a whole.
Our goals have been to restore, to grow, to industrialize, and then transition.
I am in position to testify to his commitment to security and his passion for good governance in Nigeria.
Particularly in terms of insecurity that was ravaging almost every part of the country, the economic issues, challenges that we were facing, and so many others. I think President Tinubu and his government have done very, very well.
In terms of personnel, he has been able to assemble teams, even across party lines, of those who could be able to deliver on the different aspects of the agenda.
From revitalizing healthcare systems to innovative technologies in the ICT sector, student loans, and several educational advancement policies, community projects, and international relations, fortifying infrastructure to renewed hope.
What Tinubu did in Lagos is what he wants to replicate here. Free education for all at all levels.
For the first time in the history of our dear nation, the president of Nigeria was able to ascend to the first year budget, 2024, on the 1st of January 2024. Unprecedented. It has never happened.
Today, I stand before you to present our budget of renewed hope, a budget which will go further than ever before in cementing macroeconomic stability, reducing the deficit, increasing capital spending, and allocation to reflect the 8 priority areas of this administration.
He recognizes that we have a lot of ground to cover. We've lost a lot of time over the last 10 years and a lot of ground to cover. And we have 3 or 4 things that we're tackling there. One is clearing off legacy debts. In the last 12 months, we've cleared close to $300 million of that debt. It's one of the fastest paces. I've been in this sector for over 2 decades. You haven't seen that level of decisiveness and that level of activity, particularly in a very fiscally constrained environment, to prioritize that, because we know that this power sector is key to creating opportunities and unleashing the economic growth that we require.
For instance, the Nigerian Immigration Service, we know that when this government came, we met a backlog of 204,000 passports, that were not produced and Nigerians used to queue. And guess what? In 2.5 weeks, less than 3 weeks, we were able to clear that backlog. That's what is called renewed hope. People are happy. Today, when you apply for your passport, you know that within 2 weeks, you will get it. And as a matter of fact, Nigerians are even being called upon now to come and pick their passport. That's the Nigeria that I want. And that is what has happened under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
I am backed on what I call a dual-pronged strategy of combating illegalities in the sector. The first part of it is the persuasive strategy. The second part is a coercive strategy. The persuasive means using moral suasion, appealing to the public, to those who are engaging in illegal activities, to desist from doing so. Now we have given them the formal structure, and honestly, I'm very happy to, tell you that they have been responding very, very encouragingly. The coercive part of it is the enforcement of regulation. So those who are impervious to correction, those who are incorrigible, they have to face the wrath of the law.
For us, with the set target of 11 trillion for us last year, we surpassed it. For this year, we'll have 19 trillion. And then going by this quarter report that we have, we've already surpassed last year quarter by 58%.
In the area of investment, we've attracted investment commitment of more than $30 billion. We've also issued an EOI to launch the Diaspora Fund. and we should be seeing that fund go live very soon. And then we're also going to host the first Nigeria Investment Summit by end of Q3.
From pioneering economic reform to fostering social inclusiveness and championing several initiatives, each milestone we have achieved sets a solid foundation to the nation's trajectory.
The ease of doing business now is gradually setting in. You have a president who is a businessman. He understands where the shoe pains. So the Minister of Trade has been over the place pushing for ease of doing business.
Let us look at the central bank. The investigation that is going on at the central bank is in order to reform the system. It's in order to see that central bank is a strong institution that will be able to implement fiscal and monetary policies. That is what we require in this country.
And also when we came, peculiar allowance wasn't paid. I mean, there was nothing like peculiar allowance. Mr. President approved peculiar allowance for all our paramilitary officers, and as I speak to you, these people, they've started earning their peculiar allowance from January. And of course, there's regular training now of our officers in order to optimize their efficiency, in order to optimize their capacity and capabilities.
So the NDLA has pushed to deny access and availability of grounds, which has mitigated crime rate.
We have leveraged on the federal government policies to enhance our capabilities in the police. You know that the police over the years have developed capabilities to respond to all types of crimes in Nigeria. But under this administration, we have been able to enhance these capabilities for better responses to all kinds of crimes, especially violent crimes and cyber crime.
Since this government came, we have tried as much as possible to live by the law, to make sure that we obey human rights, we don't do things in excess and all this.
We have seized 7,500 tons of illicit substances. We have arrested over 50,000 of these criminals and convicted over 9,000.
Now we have the minimum of 60, mines marshals per state. I'm going to increase the number as time goes, and with more resources available. And they've been working. They've been apprehending illegal operators. They've been arresting. They've been prosecuting. So, to all intents and purposes, our dual strategy of combating illegality in the sector is working tremendously.
We met officers that have been on the same grade for 6 years, 8 years, some even 10 years, and I tell you, in last year, December, just in the clean sweep, in a single day, we were able, to the glory of God, promote 32,000 officers in one day. That's bringing laughter to 32,000 families. That is about almost 150 people, direct beneficiaries, because these people, they have wives, they have husbands, they have children and dependents. So now career stagnation has become a thing of the past.
So what we decided to do was to pick the skilled sector of this economy and the unskilled sector as well. Take the workforce and started to train them. And after training them, we give them a globally recognized certificate.
We now have an intelligence department that is so formidable, now headed by Deputy Inspector General of Police. We now have Assistant Commissioners of Police in charge of the State Intelligence Department in all the states of the Federation. Even at the zones too, we have upgraded our intelligence department at the zonal level too. We have also developed capacity in the area of cybercrime.
The achievements of this administration stands as a testament to the transformative power of vision, leadership, and courage.
Oh, FCG is working. Who? Because there's somebody who's giving support. It's a different thing giving you an appointment, and a different thing allowing you to perform. He gave me a free hand. He has never interfered.
I see the genuineness of this president wanting to make life a lot more meaningful for people, wanting to reduce to the barest minimum incidents of insecurity in our country, being able to provide job opportunities to the needy numbers in our country. I've seen a president and a government that for the first time is rolling out, student loans, is rolling out credit facility is bringing about community engagement.
He's done very well and revolutionary in a way. When you look at something like the student loan scheme, it's something that you hear of in developed countries. Then you start wondering how come it was never brought to Nigeria. We wouldn't have had so many children leaving school to go into insurgencies, to go into vices that would make people not to sleep well in the night, because many of them did those things because they had no hope of getting education. They had no hope of furthering their education, and so they just went into crime. So now that we have that in place, it means that our Nigerian students, poor or rich, now have the opportunity, particularly the vulnerables amongst us, to have tertiary education. Now with education, the future is brighter for all.
The Tinubu administration granted us another 5,000 personnel last year. That has allowed us to be more present across the country and enhance our advocacy. He has supported us with training. He has supported us with the barracks.
As we look into our impressive scorecard, we are reminded that true greatness is not measured by the absence of challenges, but by the courage to confront them head on.
His Excellency President Bola Tinubu came to office at a very critical period of our national life, and he came in determined to relay the foundation. And it takes a determined, courageous, focused person to press the reset button, which is what he came in to do.
It wasn't an easy thing when he took over. The post-COVID period has been terrible for all countries in the world. And here in Nigeria, we're not left out.
In the trade area, we notice a lot of exporters export, but they don't bring back the dollars to Nigeria. So we have FX challenges. By automating the export permit process, we can actually identify those who have exported and those who have brought in the FX from the export. That way we can enforce compliance and add to the growth of the foreign reserve of the country. It's a major task, and we're geared to doing it.
Something that had been like a hoodoo in the last 22 years, that we could not start the construction of the second runway in Abuja. That had been an issue that lingered for more than 22, 23 years. But within 1 week, when we came to office, we resolved that issue. And as I speak with you, this construction of the second runway has started. Within 1 month of our coming into office, we ensured that the new terminal in Lagos that had not been put to use, we moved all the foreign airlines to that new terminal in Lagos. And despite the defects and the problems in that new terminal, we were able to surmount the challenges, and the new terminal in Lagos is in full operational use as it is today. We then, of course, moved on to the issue of supporting our local airline, putting policies in place to ensure that we open up international routes for them in order to challenge the foreign airlines who come to Nigeria and monopolize these routes.
In the span of 365 days amidst challenges, this administration has defied the odds, rising to the occasion with unwavering resolve and unwavering commitment to the people it serves. Service and result have been the unified goal of every player in this administration, and all are in sync.
Ashwadu Bola Tinubu is somebody that will give the job to somebody who will be able to deliver irrespective of political affiliation.
It is a kind of politics without bitterness. It's a kind of politics of inclusiveness. It's a kind of politics that you are looking for people with the capacity.
The president of Nigeria. Is not the president of any particular section of the country.
For the first time, a government came out and to support our international operations, to let them know that this is a Nigerian project. And that's why I said he's a Nigerian president. I feel very Nigerian now. Somebody is out there standing out for investments, indigenous investments in the country, not minding the place of origin of the owners or the drivers of these private investments?
I've had the privilege of learning from him. What have I learned? Is I've had to learn resilience. National interest before anything. Nigeria first, Nigeria at all times.
A leader that is completely detribalized, but put equity and fairness at the front burner.
He is doing what Islam wants, that is being just. We believe that others will also emulate him, so that we all know that irrespective of the faith you practice, you should be fair to all.
Nigeria is a very big country, and being the president of Nigeria could be a daunting task. But by our assessment, he has done very well in trying to hold Nigeria together in the past 1 year.
Through unity, innovation, hard work, and relentless dedication, we have achieved great feats in various sectors with several ongoing projects across the nation and the international front, all fueled by the force of a visionary leader, dedicated and committed to leading the nation to greatness. With a plethora of innovative strategies, remarkable achievements, and visionary policies, this administration has paved the way for a future brimming with promise and possibility.
The economy will get better. The FS will get stronger. We will have better prices. Inflation will come down. Jobs are going to be created.
We're not going to be the ones who continue to talk about our potential. We're very intent on accelerating the closure of the gap between our potential and what our current reality is.
So we are injecting what we call a satellite surveillance gadget to enable us to know the activities that's going on in every mine site in this country. So when we notice any infraction, we know the spot, we know what's going on, then we deploy the nearest enforcement contingent to go and stem the tide of whatever is happening there.
I believe that in the next 1 to 2 years, Nigerians will be very, very appreciative of all these policies that he has started bringing on board.
The new police that we are going to turn out are going to be different because their training will be different. We are improving qualities of this training and we'll give them special training too. Nigerians should expect to see a better police force.
It is no more a dream. It is in reality under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
As we contemplate the collective impact of these endeavors, it becomes evident that the future holds boundless opportunities for our nation to flourish and thrive. With resilience, determination, and a steadfast commitment to progress, we stand poised to embrace the challenges and seize the opportunities that lie ahead.
We should stop saying negative things about our country. You cannot have a mother that you curse and insult and expect the mother to love you as a child.
The president has shown courage that these reforms are inevitable and they have to be done. And I believe that they're on the right track.
This I can bet my money on. This as a member of the cabinet and of course my colleagues, I know we are committed to making sure that we partake in this history making and Nigeria shall surely be great.
So we hope that in a matter of months and a matter of years, we'll be able to derive, the benefits, and Nigeria will be able to see the benefit of the vision.
Nigerians should be patient. Eventually, we'll see that we are on the right track.
We should stop condemning our common patrimony, where we all belong to. We don't have any place. It's a brand that we should all subscribe to.
They should continue to keep hope alive and be rest assured that things will definitely get better.
Now, when a woman is in the labor ward wanting to deliver a baby, she goes through excruciating pain. But immediately the baby is delivered, the pain disappears.
We are beginning to see, very likely, the beginning
of an end to the rebellion that took almost like 50 years.
Reform could be tough, reform could be belt tightening, but I can assure you that part of the relief of a reform is a better tomorrow.
We're here to change things, we're here to make things better for you.
I, as your Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment, can guarantee that as long as I'm the minister, everything that I have been asked to do to make this country diversify its economy, improve industrialization, and increase investment, I will make sure that it happens.
This government has focus, and they are ready to effect changes in our system.
Stop bad-mouthing your country, stop placing curses on your country, and you expect something good. It's always greener outside until you get there.
So there's great hope in this country, and Nigerians should embrace the renewed hope.
Let us have hope that tomorrow will be better than today.
Àwa tá bá ní belief nínú Naija, ó máa dá, ó dẹ̀ ti dá.
Nigeria za ta yi kyau.
Nnu ye nwe ndidi, Nigeria ka ya dị mma.
As we bid farewell to these 365 days, let us carry forward the lessons learned, the victories won, and the bonds forged. Let us continue to strive for progress, to champion inclusiveness, and to uphold the values that define us as a nation. For in the face of adversity, we have proven that together there is no challenge too great, no obstacle too daunting, and no dream too ambitious for a united nation to shape a better tomorrow. This is our legacy, our promise for the next 365 days and beyond.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
School, I need students, but I need teachers.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello and welcome to TVC News at 10. Our top stories this hour. One year into its administration, President Tinubu signs bill returning old national anthem into law. Chief Justice of Nigeria summons Kano Chief Judge, Federal High Court Judge, over conflicting orders on Kano Emirates tussle. Outside Nigeria, South Africans vote in pivotal general elections where the ANC could lose its majority for the first time since 1994. And in sports, Bayern Munich appoints Vincent Kompany as new head coach on a 3-year deal. Thank you for joining us on TVC News at 10. It was a busy day for President Bola Tinubu, who called on the National Assembly to continue to collaborate with its administration in building a country of every citizen's dream. And moments after signing the National Anthem Bill into law, Mr. President oversaw its first rendition after 46 years. National Assembly correspondent Choki Adisa reports.
The anxiety that greeted his planned appearance before a joint session of the National Assembly finally laid to rest. President Bola Tinubu warmly received as his administration marks 1 year in office and 25 years of Nigeria's return to democracy. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and the Speaker, Abbas Tajuddin, say all speeches are reserved till June 12, Nigeria's Democracy Day. The National Assembly leadership applauds the government for the giant strides in its first year in office.
Henceforth, we will not refer to ourselves as just mere compatriots. We will refer to ourselves as brothers. And as we go forth in battle, whether on the field of sports, in the field of politics, in economic endeavors, we must hail Nigeria.
It has been a partnership that has been mutually beneficial to all of us. It is a win-win, and that is how democracy is supposed to be played.
President Bola Tinubu appreciates the doggedness of the parliament in supporting his ambition to govern the country. He describes the chamber as the representation of citizens' consciousness for freedom and sense of belonging. More importantly, he congratulates Nigeria on the attainment of 25 years of unbroken democracy as he speaks on the significance of the old-turned-new national anthem.
You rang out the latest national anthem. Nigeria will hail thee, representing all hierarchies and how we blend together to be brothers and sisters.
Mr. President urges every citizen and particularly the legislators to invest in building the country, since no other nation will do so. He says his administration is walking the talk and only needs citizen support to achieve its vision. President Bola Tinubu also informed the parliament of his readiness to lay the 2025 appropriation bill before the National Assembly soon. Mr. President's brief session with the legislators is a pointer to the synergy between the two arms of government, and citizens can only hope that such collaboration will further translate to dividends of democracy as the Tinubu government begins its second year in office. Joke Adisa, TVC News, Abuja.
In a related development, lawmakers at the National Assembly were in high spirits and pleased with the leadership of President Bola Tinubu. They were also excited about the joint session, which is the first of its kind in Nigeria's modern democratic history. National Assembly correspondent Steve Jesuadeoye has details.
The latest national anthem.
President Tinubu addresses a joint session of the National Assembly to celebrate the gains of 25 years of unbroken democracy and his first year anniversary as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It was an opportunity for the lawmakers to hear firsthand President Tinubu's plans for the coming years and talk about their expectations, especially as it concerns their people.
Going forward, I would like the president to evolve more programs that will directly address poverty in Nigeria.
The will of development, the will of progress should be spread equally.
The president should focus on economic reform. We should look for more experts to put in place.
The newly adopted national anthem was also launched at this event for the very first time. The lawmakers believe the new anthem will awaken renewed hope in the minds of Nigerians.
A lot of people were concerned about the fact that why was this expedited? A lot of people have said, is this a priority for us as a country at this point in time? But altogether, Nigeria will continue to be a work in progress.
When the national anthem was first introduced by the colonial masters, Nigeria was not as divided as it is today.
Lawmakers warmly welcomed President Tinubu to the parliament. This clearly is an indication of the good relationship that exists between the executive and legislature. And for the first time in 45 years, the old national anthem was sung at an official ceremony and adopted as the new anthem. Si Jesu Adeoye, TVC News, Abuja.
Nigeria's democracy clocks a quarter century today. Is there something to cheer about? No doubt, but on the whole, these have been 25 mixed bag of achievement. And what could have been? Senior political reporter Ademola Lawrence takes a look at Nigeria's journey of unbroken democracy.
That Nigeria has remained one indivisible nation despite the unforeseen forces unleashed by conflicting ethno-religious challenges is certainly something to cheer. Whatever its many imperfections, its trajectory is far more preferred to military dictatorship.
The country has a natural endowment that we can tap into and export.
One thing we should not do is to just focus on sale of our assets.
That many amendments made in 1999 Constitution till it came into effect this day 25 years ago have combined to make Nigeria more federal. There are more items in the concurrent list in our Constitution today in 1999. The quality and integrity of our national elections have also improved remarkably, culminating in a peaceful election transition between the two different parties for the first time in our history in 2015.
Muhammadu Buhari of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Beyond this, there have also been modest improvement in social economic development too. Nigeria's economy is today the largest economy in Africa, with a GDP well over above $400 billion. Economic sectors like the creative industry, banking, telecoms and digital economy have grown remarkably over the past 25 years, even if it's still lopsided nationally. Access to education, particularly higher education, has likewise expanded considerably from less than 40 universities in 1999, for example, to more than 170 today, even though the quality of degrees and other certificates churned out annually remains serious concern. From former President Olusegun Obasanjo's Economic Empowerment Program lifted straight out of the World Bank Poverty Alleviation Strategy document to current President Tinubu's remove subsidy from everything policy, the role of Nigeria's state in economic management has not been encouraging enough to leave the poor out of poverty. But after 25 years of democratic governance, has Nigeria felt the dividends of democracy? Ademola Lawrence, TVC News, Abuja.
For more on the first anniversary of President Bola Tinubu and the 25 years of unbroken democracy, former Minister of Youth and Sports Sunday Dare joins me on the news at 10. Thank you for joining us on TVC News at 10.
TVC, thank you for having me tonight.
Indeed. And now let's talk about the man, Tinubu. You knew him as governor and how now he's at the helm of affairs as president of Nigeria. He indeed witnessed the move to democracy, and now he's at the helm of affairs as president. How do you describe him, considering what Nigeria is celebrating today, 25 years of unbroken democracy?
Well, his antecedents bear him out. You're looking at over 3 decades of democratic struggle. Like I've often said, here is a man forged in the crucible of democratic struggle. Here is a man who has clearly paid his dues. Here is a man who understands Nigeria and the issues that thug as Nigeria's unity and development. Here is a man who has built alliances across the length and breadth of our country and also beyond our shores. So he's a man for the moment. And as we celebrate 25 years of unbroken democracy, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu stands tall amongst those nationalists and leaders of our country who stood up in defense of the rights of the people of Nigeria. And I believe that this golden opportunity that he has to lead Nigeria forward. We have seen 365 days, but then that's just the very beginning. The seeds for a better future, the seeds for a stronger economy, the seeds for a stronger nation are being sown already, and they will germinate and bear fruit in the years ahead.
And talking about achieving 25 years of unbroken democracy, were you one of those who were optimistic that this democracy we are in would not be truncated like it used to be in the past?
Well, you know, the fact that we've had successful transitions over time, spanning 25 years, speaks to the fact that I think to a very large extent we've gotten it right. The political class has gotten it right. We've been able to have the military stay back in the barracks. Don't forget, that struggle was a struggle that was born out of the efforts and the blood of so many of our patriots. You look at June 12, 31 years ago. You look at the military epochs that came. You look at how the likes of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and other pro-democracy activists from the media to the political class stayed at the vanguard of that struggle. They are the watchmen of democracy in our country. And as we speak today, so many of them are still out there jealously guarding our democratic journey. And I believe that the enthronement of democracy in our country has come to stay. And when you have someone like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerging through the democratic process, through elections, emerging to be the president to lead this country at this time, then you can say we have had a constellation of all the forces that we need to be able to power forward as a country on the democratic journey.
But then, do Nigerians have cause to celebrate moving away from military to civil rule?
Absolutely, absolutely. I was an active participant as a journalist when we had the military interregnum, especially of Babangida and also that of General Sani Abacha, and of course for a while General Abdulsalami Abubakar. And I know the assault suffered by the mass of our people. We lived under a constitution that never existed, that was suspended. The people had no representatives. When you look at dictatorial rule, Nigeria was under the jackboot of the military, and that stunted our growth. Our freedoms and human rights were abused thoroughly. So having lived within that epoch of military dictatorship, I know what the difference is. You have the people's representatives in the National Assembly. You have the different tiers of government being able to assess the resources they need for development. You have the opportunity every 4 years to select your leaders and send home leaders that have not performed. And that has always been our aspiration. We learned from developed democracies like America and other countries in Europe. And I think when you see the development they have had over the decades, it was not until they got to liberal democracy that they were able to attain such level of national cohesion, of patriotism, of the level of development that they need. And I think that we have cause to celebrate that this country is on the path of democracy. And I believe that we will continue on this trajectory. And Nigerians will have cause to celebrate as development comes to our country.
Former Minister of Youth and Sports Development, Sani Dari, thank you for talking to us. And I understand today is your birthday.
And yes.
So that's a 3-in-1 celebration, right? Birthday, unbroken democracy, first anniversary of the president's administration.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So congratulations to you, and do have a fantastic year ahead.
Thank you very much. Do appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's move on from there now. The chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Ola Olukoyede, says the commission has secured 3,175 convictions and recovered over 156 billion naira between May 29, 2023 and May 29, 2024, when President Bola Tinubu assumed office. He stated this today at the launch of Zero Tolerance Club in the University of Abuja. Represented by the Secretary to the Commission, Muhammad Hamajoda, he said the EFCC also recovered money in foreign currency. He, however, expressed concern over the involvement of youth in internet fraud. He challenged students of the university to stay away from the vice, warning that conviction for fraud is a burden that will leave a lifelong scar on them. When TVC News at 10 returns, Governor Abba Yusuf bans all forms of protest following developments surrounding the return of Muhammadu Sanusi as Emir of Kano. Stay with us for details of this and other stories.
Good, darling.
I learned from the best.
Glad you will get your bar, husband.
But it got you to marry me, didn't it? Close your eyes. I have a gift for you.
Wait, down?
Baby, close your eyes.
Okay.
Bring all the world to you.
This is a thank you for all the sunrises that you've given me all these years.
Hey, now you're going to make me cry.
Don't worry, baby. I'll be home soon.
Every moment, every smile, every emotion is richer with the right connection.
Thank you for lighting up my life, baby. You're a real gift.
With Global, you order anything you want, and when you receive it, you celebrate it. Because when the grilled chicken is here, the weekend starts, and that key ingredient just in time. Receiving anything on Global deserves a dance. Order a Global and track it till you receive it in minutes.
Thank you for staying with us on TVC News at 10. A reminder of our top stories. 1 year into its administration, President Tinubu signs bill returning old national anthem into law. Chief Justice of Nigeria summons Kano Chief Judge, Federal High Court Judge, over conflicting orders on Kano Emirates tussle. Outside Nigeria, South Africans vote in pivotal general elections where the ANC could lose its majority for the first time since 1994. And in sports, Bayern Munich appoints Vincent Kompany as new head coach on a 3-year deal. Thank you for staying with us. President Bola Tinubu has extended the Abuja Light Rail free ride till the end of the year 2024. He announced this at the flag-off of the commercial operation of the light rail in Abuja. Senior reporter Happy Dalawal has more.
The Abuja Light Rail System is an integral part of the Abuja Rail Mass Transit System and the FCT Transportation Master Plan. It is mainly intended to reduce the traffic congestion and offer an enhanced travel experience to the commuters in the Federal Capital Territory. At this official flag-off, President Bola Tinubu underscores the importance of a functional transport system and its importance to the nation's capital. The FCT minister had earlier given 2 months free ride, but the president has appealed for an all-year free ride to give the people hope and reason to celebrate the administration anniversary.
I heard you saying 2 months free ride. I appeal to you to make it till the end of the year.
FCT Minister Yesom Wike on his part thanked the federal government for providing adequate funding for many of the projects.
What do we do with the roads? The cost of those roads for 7 months cost us 21.4 billion naira. As I speak to you today, all those roads are completed. Car parks for people to use in various train stations. So what we're doing today is not that we are commissioning the road. No. And people, because I have heard people say that this has been commissioned before. Hello. What was commissioned in the metro station, not your pressure? Because you can't have a train station when it is not in use.
The rail line had originally been commissioned on 12th of July 2018. However, it packed up shortly after due to vandalism. Now, the important question that many have been asking is that what does the future of this facility hold? If it is to endure, the government must set up appropriate structures and hand the project over to experts who know what it is to run a light rail facility. Habida Lawal, TVC News, Abuja.
In Plateau State, supporters and party faithful across the 17 council areas trooped out to celebrate 1 year in office of Governor Caleb Mutfwang, a man they described as a performer. The governor is fired up to achieving the great Jos City Master Plan as permitted by the existing town planning law. Senior reporter Funam Joshua has details.
Jos, the Plateau State capital, is wearing a new look following the state government's effort in aligning the state with the Great Jos City Master Plan. Recently, several illegal structures and wrong-sited marketplaces were arrested in areas reserved by the state government. However, there are complaints from some quarters over the demolition exercise. On an inspection tour in commemoration of his 1 year in office, the state governor Caleb Mutfwang asked residents in the state encroaching on government property to desist.
We always want to see our people prosper and progress. I therefore want to appeal to all Plateau people that there is a town planning law and laws are made for the safety of all of us. When buildings are erected anyhow, it constitutes a hazard to human health, and as a responsible government will not watch and see how those kind of misapplications of the land use is done. If anybody has a legitimate complaint that is within the confines of law, he will bring it up for us to see. I will be able to look at it and see how to mitigate that loss.
Funam Joshua, TVC News, Jos.
As part of activities marking his 1 year in office, the governor of Niger State, Umar Bago, has commissioned 200 CNG buses and operation vehicles. Governor Bago said it is in line with President Tinubu's vision to reduce the hardship of the people. Chenemi Bami reports.
From May 29th last year at the swearing-in, Governor of Niger State Umaru Bago made bold claims about his desire to transform the state with his new Niger initiative. 1 year after, the state is experiencing a multi-billion naira agri-mechanization project, infrastructure development, and today, the flag-off of CNG buses, which the governor attributes to the vision of President Bola Tinubu to ease the effect of fuel subsidy removal.
Mr. President, we are grateful in Niger State for your support that you have given us. It is evident what we are doing. We need a father like you who inspires and pushes us to success. Now this is your success story, Mr. President. To our civil servants, I have approved 25 billion naira for the payment of pension and gratuity owed civil servants.
The new Niger that was said is not possible because we can see visibility of most of the things that the governor has said from day one has started becoming a reality to the citizens and all of us, and we are happy about it.
At a 1 year anniversary lecture, Governor Bago also assured residents of the state of his determination to complete the project and ensure its sustainability.
It is not, don't thank me, it is your right. Just because we are giving you potable drinking water, it's not a privilege. We are here and we are responsible, and it's your right for us to do that. So if you don't have access, taxes, we'll look for the money and give you.
Senior government officials also visited the state correctional facility, where the secretary to the state government said 30 inmates have been considered for pardon.
You know, clemency is a prerogative of His Excellency. And we are turning in that report to His Excellency so that he will give us approval.
There is a massive transformation obviously going on right now in Niger State, such as never been seen before, but the people are saying they hope that this is sustainable and it will continue all through not just the administration's lifespan, but in the coming years. TVC News, Mina.
And Governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, says he would complete more than 200 billion naira worth of road projects started by the past administration. He made the promise while listing his achievements in infrastructure development and other sectors in his first year in office. There is more in this report.
Governor Siminalayi Fubara arrived at the Obiwale International Conference Center in Port Harcourt to render an account of his stewardship. He started by thanking the people of Rivers State for electing him to pilot the affairs of the state. Governor Fubara said his administration has made giant strides in road infrastructure despite meeting more than 200 billion naira in uncompleted projects by his predecessor.
With a combined cost of 528 billion, the 50.15 kilometer ring road, the dualization of Elele, Ebeda, Omok Road, and the Trans-Calabari projects are three most ambitious road projects ever carried out by any government in Rivers State.
This government is 1 year old, but the administration says governance has lasted barely 6 months due to the political crisis. Despite the short time he has had to focus on the task before him, the governor says the critical sectors of education, healthcare and agriculture are enjoying a new lease of life.
I am excited, as you are, what we have achieved together in the past 1 year, but in bracket 4 months. Finally, as I look forward to another fulfilling year of working with everyone to make our beloved state the greatest state in Nigeria, let me appeal to the opposition that we need peace and security, not crisis and trauma, for Rivers State to develop to the glory of God.
Highlight of the event was the unveiling of the governor's scorecard, a booklet containing details of all the government's achievements since coming on board.
And services.
The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, has summoned the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court and the Chief Judge of Kano State High Court over conflicting interim orders on the Kano Emirates tussle. The Federal High Court in Kano, presided over by Justice Amobeda, issued an order for the eviction of Emir Muhammadu Sunusi II from the Kofarakudu Palace, reinforcing the authority of the 15th Emir of Kano, Aminu Ado Bayero. In another development, the Kano State High Court, under the jurisdiction of Justice Amina Aliyu, issued an injunction to protect Muhammadu Sunusi. Still in Kano State, Governor Abba Yusuf has banned all forms of protests following developments surrounding the return of Muhammadu Sunusi as Emir of Kano. In a statement issued by the governor's spokesperson, Sunusi Bature, Governor Yusuf directed the police, the Department of State Services, and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps to apprehend, detain, and prosecute any individual or group partaking in demonstrations on the streets of Kano. According to the governor, the decision was taken as a strategy to avert breakdown of law and order in the state. The government cautioned student groups against fomenting disorder. He also appealed to citizens of the state to remain calm. Let's take a break. The news continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Dark
Dark marks, I've tried everything. Nivea Lumina 630 works from day one with visible results in just 2 weeks and 71% dark marks reduction in 12. Join the 1 million women already using Lumina 630 from Nivea.
Thank you for staying with us. President Bola Tinubu is set to commission the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, Compressed Natural Gas Conversion, Filling, Reverse Engineering and Training Center in Utako, Abuja. The landmark event, which will take place on Friday, 31st of May 2024, marks another Naseni milestone in its commitment to supporting the federal government's Renewed Hope agenda, particularly on sustainable energy alternatives and a clean energy ecosystem. Helen Osamede Akins has details.
The Naseni Portland CNG Conversion and Training Center is a partnership between Naseni and Portland Gas Limited. It is a state-of-the-art facility for the conversion of fossil fuel vehicles to CNG, a cleaner and more cost-effective alternative. The center, equipped with latest technology and staffed by highly trained professionals to ensure efficient and safe conversions, is aimed at building local capacity in CNG technology. The Executive Vice Chairman, CEO of Naseni, Khalid Halilu, as part of pre-launch activities, said the establishment of the Naseni Portland Gas Reverse Engineering Center marks a transformative movement for Nigerians in engineering sector.
The CNG is less than 1/3 the cost of petrol in terms of the same distance that it will drive you. So that is a lot, with regards to affordability, for the masses. Of course, we have to go through the conversion process, which costs, but we are looking towards how to also bring down that cost by economies of scale and also partner with other private players that are willing to finance, for example, mass transit.
The initiative is expected to significantly reduce vehicular emissions, contributing to cleaner air and a healthier environment. The center will offer comprehensive training programs for technicians, engineers, and other stakeholders, fostering domestication of experts in CNG systems and promoting the adoption of green energy solutions across the nation.
In terms of capacity, we are looking at about 3,000 vehicles every month, to be able to convert. And if you have 10 centers like this in every state, in about 1 year you should be able to close, the CNG conversion gap.
The CNG Center underscores Naseni's unwavering commitment to sustainable innovation and the development of homegrown technological and manufacturing capabilities. The Executive Vice Chairman and CEO of Naseni, Khalid Halilu, as part of his pre-launch activity, said the establishment of the Naseni Portland Gas Reverse Engineering Center marks a transformative moment for Nigeria's engineering sector.
Elsewhere, the Federal Institute of Industrial Research, Oshodi, under the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, has flagged off the training of 50 Nigerian youths on the auto-gas conversion of vehicles and generators that use petrol and diesel. Speakers at the opening ceremony of the capacity workshop believe this initiative will go a long way to save costs and also empower the youth.
It is the first day of the 3-day National Conversion Capacity Building Workshop for 50 youths who will now be empowered with the skills to convert vehicles and generators to use compressed natural gas, which in turn will create jobs and mitigate the impact of subsidy removal. This workshop, organized by the Federal Institute of Industrial Research, Oshodi, is themed to train the trainer, and it is expected to help Nigeria shift from a consuming nation to one that is producing.
Economic growth strives on innovation, science and technology. Our ministry is committed to contributing to Nigeria's development by building capacity in these areas.
We have been informed that it's a market-driven initiative to create solutions that will catalyze the empowerment of citizens around the country.
It is because of this breast research, which is what we are doing today, they felt it's better for this research to come down, for people to gain from the research.
The Director General of the Federal Institute of Industrial Research in Oshodi says the initiative will be carried out across the 36 states of the Federation after this first phase of training taking place in the Federal Capital Territory.
It's going to bring down the suffering of most of Nigerians, because even transportation of food items escalated as a result of high price of petrol. We did a practical by driving our Corolla from Abuja here to Ibadan. We spent only 11,000, whereas driving the same Corolla from Abuja to Ibadan we spent 65,000. So you can see that CNG is far cheaper than petrol.
Participants here for the next 3 days will work out better ways of experiencing technology with ease as they highlight the advantages of the training and their optimism to protect the environment and save cost.
This knowledge that we are gaining today is going to do us good in the nation.
The project is viable, at the same time economical.
The Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology took a test drive in one of the converted vehicles as he flagged off the capacity building training.
Away from that, Lush Hair, one of the leading hair extension brands in Nigeria, has slashed the prices of its products to make high-quality hair attachment affordable for hairstylists and consumers. We have details in this report, after which we'll bring you business news.
About 300 hairstylists are gathered to experience the art of making their customers beautiful at a cheaper rate. This is Lush Hair, a brand that sells various hair attachments with the slogan, "Be Beautiful." This is an initiative taken to continue to empower and enhance the skills of hairstylists with their various hair products.
It is that because of the increment in price, majority of them withdrew from purchasing our product. So we decided to have a program with them to let them know that now we have a price slash in our products. We also want them to know that there are few of our products that are pocket friendly. So instead of them going for higher prices, they can also get some pocket-friendly product from us. Let's bring them together. Let's try and give them this product to do like a competition between themselves and see that yes, what they are looking for in Sokoto is actually right here in their Sokoto.
As the women practice, they are excited about the reduction of prices, which will ensure they also get profits from their jobs.
The good news about Lush Hair is that despite the hike in price, because of the scarcity of money in the country, they still find it upon themselves to think about the women and to think about their consumers, the grassroots consumers, in bringing down their price. It is marvelous.
I'm so happy for the honor given to us from the Lush company, because when we go to the market, we still the higher price. Bringing Lush down to our association has let us know that the price has really come down. So all our customers, they always complain that the attachment is too much. It's too much. Some people, they always go and cut their hair, so tint it and do everything. So but now, as Lush come to our meeting now, as Subash something, so as they bring the price down, so everybody's just appreciate it.
Some of the hair prices include wild braids, which are now 3,300 naira, jumbo braids now 4,620 naira, and Ira braids now 2,000 naira.
In business news, the Lagos State government has announced plans for a Lagos Agriculture and Food Systems Roadmap 2.0 to ensure food security and boost agricultural production in the state. The State Commissioner for Agriculture, Ms. Abisola Olusonya, revealed this plan during the Agri-Innovation Club Hangout 3.0 held in Lagos. The hangout brought together stakeholders in the agricultural sector to discuss strategies and challenges and to explore untapped opportunities within the state food system.
It's important to realize that agribusiness is beyond farming. It's a whole value chain
across technology, innovation, platform, support, training, and all of that. So as someone that wants to go into the agribusiness space, you want to ask yourself, where are my strengths? Where are my experience? Where can I create the most value? And as you start your business, you also want to ask yourself, how is the market, reacting to my product or services? What are the customers or the consumers of my product or service saying?
The fact that they've gathered a whole lot of youths that are enthusiastic in the agricultural space and have access to people that have experience within the agricultural space as well is genius. I wish that we had this when I was a new entrant, because it would help them bridge a lot of knowledge gap, and so that they don't make the same mistakes that some of us have made in time past.
Non-oil exports through the land borders is on the rise as Semi-Customs Command facilitates over 143,000 tons of export goods worth 35.1 billion naira in 5 months. Additionally, the command has intercepted 8 tanker loads of petroleum products intended for smuggling out of the country. TVC News senior business correspondent Ifunaya Eze reports.
Controller Timi Bomodi showcased the seizures, revealing that the enforcement unit of the command has sustained its anti-smuggling efforts, resulting in 474 seizures valued at 840 million naira. The seized items include 8 tankers of premium motor spirit, 10 trailer loads of foreign parboiled rice, used vehicles, and over 1,000 parcels of cannabis sativa, among others.
It has become a daily thing. The people are persistent in the smuggling of this item. We do know that given the situation in Nigeria, where Nigerians don't have adequate access to this commodity, for any person to attempt to take it out of the country is actually economic sabotage, and we do everything to discourage it. It's an ongoing project. We are very, very resilient. We just want to send out this message, a very clear message, to all those who think that this is a viable economic activity. It is not, because you may evade us 1 or twice, but we know that when we hit you hard, and then all that you think you've invested in businesses like this will come to naught.
On the trade facilitation front, Controller Bomodi confirmed the generation of 2.63 billion naira in revenue between January and May, alongside a notable increase in non-oil exports.
The command facilitated 143,468 metric tons of export produce with an FOB value of 35,199,971,097 naira 7 kobo.
The command also arrested 18 suspects in connection with the seizures. Ifunanya Eze, TVC News, Lagos.
Nigeria has a thriving laundry and dry cleaning industry employing millions and contributing significantly to the nation's economy. But this industry over time has not been given the much awareness needed despite its contribution to bridging the unemployment gap across the country. It's in this light that fabric professionals converged in Lagos to chart a new course. Sunday Benibo was there.
Valued at over $165 billion globally, the cleaning and hygiene industry in Nigeria is set to take a new phase if properly enhanced. In 2019, the industry in Nigeria was valued at $8.4 million and is projected to grow at 6.4% year-on-year for the next 10 years. To benefit from the over $165 billion the global industry holds, Fabric Professionals and Dry Cleaners Association of Nigeria says if given the needed attention by all stakeholders, the sector can thrive to be inching room for curbing soaring unemployment rate and grow the nation's GDP.
This sector is very crucial to livelihood. Just common living is crucial, and it's crucial for business as well. So if you think about hospitals, if you think about hotels, airlines, industrial facilities, they all require cleaning services. And so this sector is a sector that we need to professionalize. We need them to understand how important they are to the economic activities in Nigeria.
If we dry cleaners come together, have an association, start training ourselves,
It will also improve in the service delivery. It will also improve in the upbringing of new people into the industry. It will also create more jobs.
The conference provided avenue for government agencies, industry leaders, innovators and experts to showcase new technologies in the fabric care ecosystem.
Since last year, we have some cooperation with the FTCA, so it is first time during the Clean Show Africa. So when I come here, I can see a lot of the brand, a lot of the company related to the dryer and the washing machine or something. A lot of people need to go to some of the laundry shop and then to keep their laundry to make it clean.
Supply is quite small, so the advantage that we have is quite very good as at now, because we need to push for more awareness for fabric care professionals in the country.
These professionals are urging both the federal and state government to establish institutions that will recognize and train dry cleaners to become professionals in the industry, thereby providing employment opportunities for the nation's increasing population.
And wrapping up business news, renewed interest in banking equities has raised market prices of many financial stocks. Effiong Cup reports will be back with football tonight.
Midweek business at the stock market showed a rush for banking shares by many investors. Starting with First Bank Holdings, which made a 5% gain, other big banks of Zenith, UBA and Access Holdings got attention from investors. In direct response to growth in market numbers, index jumped by nearly half of a percentage point. Jais Bank traded downward, having lost nearly 7% in price value. Other downward traders included Nigeria Police Microfinance Bank, Nigerian Breweries, Unity Bank and Guinness. The trade value was 4.7 billion naira, while more than 500 million units of shares were crossed in the market subsectors. Effiong Cup TVC News, Lagos.
We begin football tonight with European football, where the Greek side Olympiacos have lifted the Europa Conference League title following a 1-0 win over Fiorentina in the final. Moroccan striker Ayoub El Kabi scored the only goal of the match late into extra time as Fiorentina succumbed to a second successive Conference League final loss. The win definitely grants Olympiacos the title for the year 2024. I'm talking about the UEFA Europa Conference League, and that wraps up European football as it is in terms of the finals, with Atalanta winning the Europa League and the UEFA Champions League final set to come on Saturday between Real Madrid and Borussia Dortmund. Away from that to the UEFA Champions League final, Real Madrid are stepping up their preparations for the competition as they face Borussia Dortmund in the final on Saturday. Leading up to the game, Real Madrid trained ahead of the final showdown in Wembley, and there were few players missing from the training. While midfielder Aaron Tchouameni has been rolled out of the final due to injury, goalkeeper Andriy Lunin did not participate in training sessions for 3 successive days as he battles a bout of fever. The 25-year-old Ukrainian's absence from training may further boost Thibaut Courtois' chances of playing the UEFA Champions League final against Dortmund on Saturday. Meanwhile, former Real Madrid midfielder Kaká has tipped his former side to beat Borussia Dortmund and lift a 15th UEFA Champions League title.
The game will be very tough. The German teams normally they are very organized. They don't concede a lot of opportunities, but in my opinion, Real Madrid is gonna win and will be 1-0.
Giants Borussia Dortmund continue their preparations ahead of the Champions League final against Real Madrid at Wembley Stadium on Saturday, and the Germans will be hoping for better fortunes than the last time they played at the venue after a 2-1 defeat against domestic rivals Bayern Munich in 2013. Victory would give Dortmund their second Champions League crown, while for opponents Real Madrid, they will start as the game's favorites and they are on course to secure a 15th trophy in the prestigious tournament. Edin Terzic is confident of his team's chances against European powerhouse Real Madrid, while the Dortmund players are also looking forward to squaring up against former teammate Jude Bellingham.
We are one of the teams that is selling players by the end of the season. We are a team that builds up a team to compete every year. But now we are there. We are there, and we are facing teams that are built to win the Champions League. We are facing teams that are on a mission to win the Champions League. And if you're on a mission, you can complete a mission or you can fail. But we are there to fulfill a dream. And this is our target, and we're going to fulfill the dream or we're going to fight for it. That's the difference between a dream and a mission.
Final can happen everything, you know. The final is just one game, and it depends how you are at this day, and in the final everything can happen.
It is Jude. I think it's a big game for...
Away from that to German Bundesliga, where Bayern Munich have confirmed the appointment of Vincent Kompany as their new manager on a 3-year deal. The Belgian succeeds Thomas Tuchel, who left the club at the end of the season, while for the Belgian, he leaves Burnley for the Bundesliga after the two clubs agreed a compensation fee believed to be £10.2 million. Vincent Kompany won the championship with Burnley in the 2022-2023 season, but the Clarets suffered relegation from the Premier League this season after finishing 19th.
And yeah, I'm looking. First of all, it's a privilege. It's an honor, and but I'm excited. So my feeling, my energy is really positive, and yeah, I'm looking forward to work with the players, with the staff, and hopefully give everything that the fans love to see about the club. I think if you stand for something, you always have to stand for something that's close to who you are as a person. I grew up in the streets of Brussels, and so we love the ball. We're creative. I like players who are brave on the ball.
Still on the European scene, Barcelona have appointed former Bayern Munich boss Hansi Flick as the new manager on a 2-year contract. Flick, who was sacked by Germany in September 2023, takes over from Xavi Hernandez, who was sacked last week. Flick's stint with Germany came after he guided Bayern Munich to a treble in 2020, winning the German Bundesliga, the German Cup, as well as the UEFA Champions League. Barcelona forward Robert Lewandowski played under Flick at the Allianz Arena for 2 seasons.
I would like to say thank you to everyone who is included. Yes, it's a big honor and also a dream for me to sign my contract here in Barcelona to work for this club. I can't the hours I'm here in Barcelona. It's amazing because everyone here in the club loves this club and try to give his best that they have success.
Wrapping up football tonight in the women's game, the Women's Super League champions Chelsea have appointed Lyon boss Sonia Bomposta as their manager on a 4-year deal. Compensation has been agreed with the French club for the 43-year-old who had a year remaining on a contract. She succeeds Emma Eyes, who left at the end of the season to take charge of the United States women's national team. Former France captain Bomposta, who took charge of Lyon in 2021, led them to the Women's Champions League success in 2022, as well as winning 3 successive league titles. And that wraps up football tonight.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Labor Lens, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and governments to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
Many thanks for staying with us. A presidential aspirant of the All Progressives Congress during the 2023 general election, Nicholas Felix, has congratulated President Bola Tinubu for his tireless efforts and visionary leadership which has brought significant progress and growth to the nation as he marks 1 year in office. He commended the president for his resilience and dedication to achieve success in the nation despite challenges that would have derailed many leaders. According to Mr. Felix, the president's strong commitment to the promotion of democracy in Nigeria and his decision to revive the Nigerian economy and restore integrity and sound leadership has inspired many. And finally, from outside Nigeria, South Africans are voting in pivotal general election in which the ANC could lose its majority for the first time since 1994. The party that ended apartheid is under fire over corruption, high levels of crime, and economic woes. It will be forced to enter into a coalition with one or more opposition parties. A record 70 parties are participating, with the second biggest likely to be the DA. The radical EFF and the new MK party, led by ex-President Jacob Zuma, are hoping to make inroads. Mr. Zuma is barred from running for parliament because of a contempt of court conviction, but his name is on the ballot paper. That is TVC News at 10. We thank you for watching. There is more on our website, www.tvcnews.tv. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Our handle is at TVC News NG. And we're live on YouTube at TVC News Nigeria. From all of us here, it's good night. God bless Nigeria.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known, for when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century, speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen, following all nationwide big and impactful stories. Without the news from every perspective, covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
Happy inauguration anniversary celebration to Nigerians, and thank you for joining the midweek edition of Journalists Hangout. I am Abosede Adeniran Aderemi. We'll be taking a delayed broadcast from Zamfara State to commemorate the first year of Governor Dauda Lawal in the state. You can continue to watch Journalists Hangout on YouTube and Sky. It's actually live now, that broadcast from Zamfara State commemorating the first year in office of Governor Dauda Lawal. Journalists Hangout continues on our YouTube channel and on Sky. You can join the conversation there and our terrestrial platforms. Thank you so much for staying with us. Today on the program, President Tinubu attends National Assembly sitting to mark inauguration anniversary. Witnesses singing of old national anthem. CJN summons Kano Chief Judge, federal judge, over conflicting orders. As NBA president says, lawyers and judges have brought shame to the legal profession on the matter. And later on the show, Enugu State government direct workers to ignore IPOB sit-at-home order. I'll be hanging out with Babajide Kolade Otitoju and Mayor Akinpelu. Journalist Hangout starts now. The signing of the bill reinstating the old national anthem into law by President Bola Tinubu is eliciting mixed reactions from Nigerians. While some feel that the path to nation building and recovery requires every mechanism possible, as the words embedded in the old anthem hold more promise and significance, others are unfazed. But the law has taken immediate effect as members of the National Assembly rendered the reintroduced national anthem at their joint sitting. President Tinubu witnessed that solemn moment as he was at the hallowed chamber to be part of the history. Let's share that moment with you.
This institution, the hallowed chamber, represents our consciousness for freedom and sense of belonging. You rang out the latest national anthem, Nigeria Praise Thee. Representing all characters and how we play together to be brothers and sisters. Without this house, probably I may not find a path to the presidency. I started all there. And that is why I'm giving that respect this morning to you, to please continue to collaborate, work together, build our country. We have no other choice. It is our nation. No one, no age, no other institution or personality will help us except we do it ourselves.
Well, gentlemen in the studio, perhaps I should just put this poser to you both, and let's see if we can sing this reintroduced national anthem.
The truth is,
the choir master is here.
this anthem.
Yes.
The one they just relinquished.
Yes.
Was born in 1978, and we had been learning to sing it since then. So the place of the one they just relinquished in our heads is a preeminent place. So we are now trying to create space for
this one.
So when we can sing the first stanza, most children of that era can sing.
Yes.
I can sing the first stanza. After the first stanza.
So do you want us to sing?
I will plead
you want us to sing it together?
We will sing it
with arms at attention.
No. No. So,
all right, so can we just try to do that? All right.
Okay,
so what's the key now?
Let's start. Let's start with the first one.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. The tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
So I'll sing it.
Two other stanzas.
Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In place of battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain.
And the third.
O God of creation,
O God of all creation, I think I can follow that. Grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Many say the words of this old anthem, which has been reintroduced now, speak volume, speaks of unity, and is a call to action for citizens of Nigeria.
Yes, I agree, absolutely. And people, I'm trying to remember, because before now, there was a Nigerian who was campaigning vigorously that they should bring this back. Maybe the National Assembly prodded him to do that. But about a month ago, I saw, and I'm like, what is going on at this time? At the time when former President Obasanjo, was a military head of state, introduced the anthem they just relinquished, there were people who complained that it was like disco, that they were opposed to it. Some of in fact, during the Shagari era, a lot of the lawmakers wanted it to be dropped, especially lawmakers from northern Nigeria. They kept saying that it was maybe because of the lyrics were not provided by Ben Odiase, who was the director of the Nigerian Police Band. But the Nigerian Police Band, led by Benedict Odiase, who died in 2013, provided the music, so that it became a much more modern national anthem. But there were complaints at that time that, look, it's like a disco, I don't know, but for me, at this time, if you told me that we will one day be singing this anthem that was discarded 46 years ago, I would have argued with you. It came completely out of the blues, and I don't know how the National Assembly would have prioritized reverting to the old anthem at this time. It's the list of the worries of the Nigerian country.
That's the concern, some have been raising, that there are, more serious issues.
It just shows that they don't have anything doing in the National Assembly. That's just the reality. They are so free that they could decide that something that was discarded 46 years ago is more important. Nigerians have more problems than the national anthem. And my own problem, why? To serve what purpose? Let's forget about lyrics. It's debatable. But you see, it has to do with a nation moving forward. So when you sit down and you believe that you have to go back to the old ways, you might as well go back to Stalin and forget about Naira and Kobo. You know, because when Obasanjo came up with that idea is that, look, it is important for a nation to move forward on its own. Some people might have taken you to get to the point where you were, but you have to indigenize things and do your own songs, composed by Nigerians, and then you move forward with it. That's why they came up with this new national and the national pledge. You understand? Some people now, when we have so much problem, there's so much laws that they needed to do to be able to make things better for Nigerians, and then they just believe that, oh, their priority is one old item composed by some.
And it was published so much
the pace with which the
first reading, second reading,
delivered this is what shocked me.
Yes, it's amazing.
There are bills that were presented to them even during the the Saraki era as Senate president, that they've not, up till now, they've not worked on them. They've abandoned them. I know, for example, the NYC bill that we came here and said, this is a good idea.
Yeah.
Nobody has had it passed. You know, there was a bill about giving a greater inclusion to women in national leadership and all that. They threw it away. But look at the speed with which they got this one together, and the consensus that they got amongst themselves is what I don't understand.
That's what I don't understand.
I don't know.
And what
this is to serve what purpose?
Yeah, so the other talk about
serve?
the Minister of Justice, making a call that ideally this should come by a proclamation by Mr. President, and rather than it being passed as legislation by lawmakers.
I agree. Because as a bill, I don't see what it has to do with. It's not if there is a consensus, then there can be a proclamation that, oh, we want to go back to this. But it has nothing to do with a bill. Then when you not pass,
I just suspect that somebody in the National Assembly, maybe the Senate President.
Maybe the Senate President must be somebody high up, yes.
First strongly, okay, let us do this. By their nature, Nigerian leaders are extremely selfish.
Very, very.
We are talking about how a mere announcement of people into the boards, governing councils of tertiary institutions became terribly compromised. And when you look at the National Assembly, people have blamed the minister because, look, in such a situation, he carries the can because he's the one who will present the list to the president for approval. The number of people that the National Assembly generated, you will see in bold relief just how extremely greedy and selfish they are. Go and look at the number of people from Akwa Ibom State
alone.
I mean, what's
about
going
40,
on?
I think.
What's going on? And if you can show this much urgency for the matter of a national anthem, at the time when it was changed, people said it should have been a Nigerian that composed it. Let's chase away all the vagaries of colonialism.
That's the same thing why we changed Stalin. Why we changed the Stalin that was playing
and Awolowo Christina currency Naira. So that we can have that feeling that, yes,
this is our own.
are a mature nation.
How can somebody just compose something for us and you are telling me that
you are taking us
the
back
wordings
to
of it is more important? It will make us more Nigerian. That's so stupid.
The other one too, the lyrics is rich. You know how the lyrics were generated now. It wasn't one person.
Several people.
Even the pledge. That was the same way they got the pledge. It was a competition.
Yes.
The Obasanjo regime made it a competition. At the end of the day, they got the best and then picked lines.
And infused.
They picked lines from the best and put them together. It's the same way. About 4 of them actually generated the lyrics of that national
Arise, your
anthem.
compatriots.
And it was such.
But do you think that?
It wasn't
so why would you not go back to the old things that they gave us?
Do you think that a few years down the line we might witness a reversal?
No, not really. We should not be doing that. But my own problem is that I expected the members of the National Assembly to be so busy, so concerned about the plight of Nigerians, that every day when they enter that ballot chambers, they will be thinking about laws that will better the lives of Nigerians. It shows that they are not busy. That's why they took it as priority, something that was for today.
And it also shows that they are detached from Nigerians.
Yes, they are.
Because I've not seen the average Nigerian who is interested in this.
Who is excited about it? Nobody.
Nobody even wants it.
Who is excited about it?
People. And within a short time, they manage to convince.
Even if you look at the music of this one, because part of the problem we have in that one is that because it's a police band that came up with the music, it is not funkified. There's a lot of drumming in it. This one is so flat.
It is.
If you look at it music-wise, it's so flat.
All right.
And I don't always agree with Obi Ezekwesili because I don't see her as largely objective, you know. But
same here.
Yes, I don't see her as largely objective. I know even some cases where you expect her to respond to some negative development, she will refuse to talk. Right. You know, she chooses when to talk. Now in this matter, she said, we all must someday decide to collectively save ourselves from these overpaid, unethical, incompetent, and incapable lawbreakers. The political class is the biggest cause on this country.
Correct.
So if she
I
said
align
this,
with her 100%.
yes, I may not align with her most of the time.
Yes, but this one,
we're
on the same page on this one.
I think she's right.
They are not busy.
There's no problem.
How can you be giving us national anthem? Is that our problem?
All right, gentlemen, let's look into another matter that is eating into the heart of, Kano in northwest Nigeria. Two emirs and conflicting court orders have put Kano, the commercial capital of northern Nigeria, on edge. The battle for the royal stool between Muhammadu Sanusi II and Aminu Ado Bayero has sparked reactions and protests from their respective supporters. Conflicting interim injunctions by two courts in Kano on the emirship tussle has attracted the attention of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola. Justice Ariwola has summoned the Chief Judge of the state and the Judge of the Federal High Court for explanation. Meanwhile, the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Yakubu Mekiao, said lawyers and judges involved in the matter have brought shame to the legal profession. Jide, what's your position?
You know, we've been talking about this for days. I actually expected Mekiao to have issued a statement before now because the NBA promised us that in matters like this, we will hear from them. But, well, we can say his reaction has come a bit late, but it makes sense all the same. Politicians came between two gentlemen who were raised under the same roof.
Cousins.
Their parents shared the same father. And it was the lot of Emir Ado Bayero, father of Aminu Ado Bayero, to raise both Lamido Sanusi, known as SLS at that time, and then after he became Emir, adopted Muhammadu Sanusi in honor of his grandfather. They were raised under the same roof, as I said. It was Ado Bayero that brought them up. Sanusi married Aminu Ado Bayero's younger sister. So you can see that these people, this is the way they are. And crucially, when the kingmakers in Kano appointed Sanusi Ado Bayero as emir back then, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi went quickly on Twitter to congratulate him, only for politicians to summon the kingmakers and had that name changed to Sanusi. It was politics that was being played. They wanted to spite Goodluck Jonathan. Not that Kwankwaso was chummy with Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi. No. In fact, he had requested that UBA should sack him.
Yes.
Because he criticized him, to punish him for criticizing. He said he would take the state's funds. We withdraw the state funds from UBA. That is by the way. Nigerians need to know history. When they know history, they will know how we got to where we are. So the point that I'm making is that those politicians in Kano, it's not as if they like Sanusi. They just wanted to get at Ganduje. Ganduje has been their target. Over the past few months, there have been court matters involving Ganduje, with people claiming to be members of his party. When those people were invited to the secretary of the party, they discovered that they were not the real people. They were impostors. And when Ganduje's party tried to get the police to investigate the matter and have those guys arrested for impersonation, some people believed to be the NNPP people in Kano got an injunction that those guys should not be arrested. What is your own? People impersonated other people, real members of a party. Like the guy who claimed that he was the legal advisor of the party in the ward. He actually impersonated a different person. And you now got an injunction to stop the police, the IG, from arresting them. When people commit a crime, are they not meant to be arrested? Let them come and tell the story. We know that those court cases emanated from within the NNPP. Their goal is to kick, they still have their eyes on APC, they want to come back. Their goal is to kick Ganduje out of the chairmanship of the party so that they can return to the party and they will be happy. Because as long as Ganduje is there, they know that they cannot come in. This is the truth. None of the people concerned can hold a Quran and say that Ajide is lying. I know that it is the truth. Now, look at the way they politicized this whole traditional premiership. Yes, in Kano. They've come between brothers and succeeded in bifurcating them. This is what is happening. And now politicians also use the judiciary in a manner that puts the judiciary to shame. There was an injunction. And Aminu Ado has every reason to challenge what has happened to him. There was no public hearing. If you want to repeal a law like that, there ought to be a public hearing. There was no public hearing. The emir never got a query. Nobody said anything. The next thing, you just removed him. And the man felt his rights had been abridged. He approached the courts. The court gave an injunction. It was supposed to sit on June 3rd. The governor of Kano rushed to install the Sanusi as emir. He should have obeyed that order. I've said it repeatedly that politicians don't have the right to obey the courts only when they like or where it favors them. He then went on saying, that the judge who gave that order was not in Nigeria. By the rules of the court, the Federal High Court, even the NJC guidelines, a judge can give an order through virtual means. There is no law that says that the judge must be sitting in his court to give an order. Even that same Justice Liman sentenced a well-known plastic surgeon here in Lagos. Virtually, it was virtually that he gave that order. The law permits a judge who is attending a conference. If a matter is brought before his court, he can hear that someone motion electronically and give his order.
All right.
So the judge, the governor was misled to think that it is so that a judge cannot give a judgment unless he's sitting in his court. Even during the COVID era, a lot of judgments were given virtually.
And there were also some allegations, that came up, which the state government later came up to apologize for.
Yes, when the set of Ribadu that provided jets and all that.
To bring the emir.
My position on it is that, like you said, it's all politics. Everybody knows it's politics. When Sanusi was removed 4 years ago, what they accused him of was insubordination. And they did a law and removed him. Sanusi did not contest it, did not quarrel. What he did, when he went to court was when, after he was removed, he was banished. And he went to court to say, look, you cannot banish him. And the court said, yes, he has right. Even if he's no longer the emir, he has the right to move around, to be anywhere in Nigeria. My problem with this present one is that the Nigerian judiciary every day keep making mess of themselves, because all these orders that they are giving shows that a politician can just approach a court and purchase any order that he wants. In fact, it's becoming ridiculous that different courts is giving different orders. There was a court that says, Adebayo should vacate Nasarawa Palace. You understand? And not parade himself. Another one has also issued an order saying that Sanusi should leave the main palace.
The judge
that is ridiculous. My own problem is that whether the law is good or not,